Oh, we need to adjourn.
Right.
So,
They're coming.
okay. And then we're
Okay.
going to do a bathroom break.
Yes.
Oh, excuse me.
Hopefully they're coming. Are guys coming?
Hey, we got enough.
Do we have enough?
Yeah, we
Okay,
have
we've
enough.
got enough.
We have a four.
Okay. So just for those of you here, just a quick note that we have been in special session. And so we are adjourning out of an executive session. And prior to going into executive session, we did say that we had a motion to adjourn into executive session pursuant to Idaho Code 742061D to consider records that are exempt from disclosure as provided in Chapter 1, Title 74 of Idaho Code. And that said, no final decisions are made on anything when we're in executive session. And so as we come out of executive session, I would stand for a motion to adjourn out of this special council meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So we have just closed our special council meeting that just concluded, and we are going to take a 5-minute recess, and then we will resume and begin our council meeting for this evening. So, just so you all understand what we're doing here. So we'll be back. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
What's that?
First and second, but you don't have to, it's all in favor.
I guess it's just a voice.
Okay, so now all in favor, that meeting's done. Scratch off the books.
I'm the first one back. I was like up on the 5 minutes.
Are you really gonna sit up here and eat that dinner?
I have 5 minutes or 2 minutes.
I just got used to doing the start on this way,
Yeah.
and now when you guys start doing the ones that we're doing this way.
Why is well,
Say instead of going first, let's mix it up, so I guess.
oh, I was gonna ask like why that is. Now I know. Okay. There's no law that requires to go from. Technically, this is seat 1, right? If you were to go by. Oh. Yeah, some people try to maybe game that parliamentary to try to get a. There you go. Okay.
No, I'm confused. Do not, you cannot be confused. Correct, hurry up.
Huh?
Three minutes. He's really not gonna sit there and eat in front of me, is he?
I have 1 minute. 1 minute.
He's afraid of eating. He's gonna pop
1
the
minute.
food down.
It's cold now. Like,
Alrighty.
How are you?
I was gonna say, I smelled dinner.
Right there.
my day got him.
He was too busy on Facebook.
I didn't have lunch.
Thing and you're good to
I
go.
was. I said something controversial.
I never get on Facebook, and then that pops up. So I.
And then you got a police comment. And I'm like,
Well, that's for sure. Hello, Sydney.
I stood with April fast while
I'm doing good.
guilty. I
Oh.
have to do that. It's like, get it
you,
in or
you, it's either be rude there or have diminished brain power later on. Or your blood sugar goes
What
up.
is that? I keep forgetting what it's called.
But I want to show you this.
Cappuccino?
Look at this.
No, it's a,
Beat this.
I'm
Beat that.
that all over.
Oh.
Nothing in me that
Oh, okay.
It's a,
Okay, I'm good then.
it's just
Yeah,
with real
I got beat up. I was playing golf every day.
Oh, were ya?
Oh God.
supposed to be good.
So,
If you-
I don't know why.
No?
What time did you start?
Well, I started at 9:30.
Okay, so,
You probably need to start at 6:30.
I didn't want to get up that much, that early, but yeah,
amendments to the agenda.
doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I went home and drank a gallon of water. I was so thirsty.
Let's ask
Rick, that does
Amy.
smell good because I haven't eaten either.
We're not.
It does that. It does smell
We'll
good.
ask her. I think we're ready to get started. Good evening. And thank you for being here this evening. It's wonderful to have citizens present and engaged. So thank you to all of you for your presence and for being here this evening. It's appreciated. And welcome to those that are watching online. As you all know, we have started live streaming these, and then they are archived on our website so that people that are unable to be here can actually participate via the web and the internet to see our meetings. And so I'm pleased that we're doing that, and so welcome to those that are watching at a later time. So we are going to call the meeting to order, and this evening, Mike Rice is with us with Lakeview Bible Church. Mike, hi, it's nice to meet you. Would you come forward, and we will stand and lead us in prayer and then the pledge. And thank you for being with us this evening.
Will you all bow with me in prayer? Lord Jesus, we come before you tonight, and we ask that your hand of wisdom and blessing be upon this meeting. Thank you for our mayor and the members of the city council. It is a great responsibility that you have placed upon their shoulders, Lord, and I pray that you would grant them great wisdom and discernment. Grant them wisdom to govern amid the conflicting interests and issues of our time. A sense of welfare in the true needs of our people. A keen thirst for justice and righteousness. Confidence in what is good and fitting. The ability to work together in harmony and unity, even when there is honest disagreement. Lord, grant them personal peace in their lives through you and joy in their task. Lord, we thank you for the brave men and women who serve in our fire and police departments. May your hand of grace protect them as they serve and protect this community. May the businesses of our community flourish, the churches of our community grow with faithful followers that seek your face. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
God bless.
Thank you. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much. That's a great opening. Let's begin with roll call.
Rodriguez?
Here.
Bruner? Here. Hogaboom?
Here.
Levi?
Present.
Haverfield?
Here.
Skog?
Here.
Thank you. I'm not aware of any proposed amendments to the agenda. Is there anything that we need to take into consideration?
Yes, Madam Mayor, page 20 of the agenda, I'd requested that I be on the record for something, and the second sentence just doesn't make sense. So if you just strike that second sentence, it'd be fine. It's just a little ways down.
This is in the minutes.
Yes. For the last regular city council.
Page 20.
Page 20 on the packet.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
in the packet. Page 6 in the minutes.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going, do you have that? Or what we need to do there? Joy?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So, consent agenda. Assuming we've all had the opportunity to review the consent agenda, I would ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda with the change as Councilman Skog has suggested to the minutes.
Madam Mayor, so move.
Second?
Thank you. Any discussion? Roll call?
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Bruner?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, we don't have any proclamations this evening, so at this time we'll move to the next item on the agenda, and that is anyone wishing to speak on an agenda or non-agenda item. And I'd like to start with a non-agenda item. Is there anyone that would like to speak on something that is not on the agenda this evening? Okay, oops. Okay, Carol, we'll go with you first, and go ahead and state your name and address and the topic. Thank you.
Carol Kenfield, 200 South Lancaster Drive in Nampa, and it has to do with the Nampa Wastewater Advisory Group. I was a participant in that group, and I came to it as a fairly new citizen of Nampa. I didn't have any baggage or axe to grind about it. What I did bring was quite a few years of experience in the environmental field, especially with wastewater for industries and food processing. I was very pleased with the professional demeanor of the staff, of the consultants, and of the group members. I was very impressed with the openness and receptiveness and the responses to questions and comments and suggestions. I feel that there was a lot of work done preliminary to that, and the group came up with the best plan for dealing with the permit limits as they exist today. And the bond issue and the funding and the low rate for the funding. I understand that we're going to try and take a look at the limits in Indian Creek and get that changed. But what I would ask is that we don't throw away what we've already done. I think the chances of getting limits changed are fairly slim, and I also think it will take a long time for that to happen. That said, go for it.
Thank you, Carol. Chief Roberts.
Not good and scary. I don't know if this is appropriate or not, but I just want to take the time to say how grateful I am. Most of you know that I had triple bypass surgery 3 weeks ago. And so the miracle of healing and the science of medicine is the way I look at it. But I also wanted to take a time in open meeting for our community to know how well or concern, caring of a community that we have. So not only from the staff members of my department from outside of the community reached out. I went to Salt Lake City to have this done. But that care overwhelms anybody. So I just wanted to go on the record and tell the community how great this city is. So thank you.
Taya, we so appreciate you and your work, Chief, and the fact that 2 weeks after a triple bypass open heart surgery, you're back on the job is pushing it, but we appreciate your commitment to our community, and we are very grateful to have you here. Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on, is this an agenda item?
Not strictly speaking.
Okay, or not?
Touches on it.
So thank you. You know the ropes as far as, thank you.
Ed Parnell, 505 Cool Creek. And on behalf of the concerned citizens of Canyon County, I would like to put on record a communication that's gone to all of you, but I would like it entered into the meeting minutes. Just to briefly explain, the concerned citizens of Canyon County is a registered Idaho nonprofit, a citizens committee as an attempt to get engaged with government, primarily on the county and city level. And so this relates to the wastewater proposal, and it says, we respectfully submit the following thoughts as our attempt to engage and assist with the formidable wastewater dilemma facing the city and citizens of Nampa. First, it's important to state that our prime goal is that of clean water and environmental responsibility, which we strongly believe can be achieved through a common sense, fiscally responsible, and collaborative approach. Second, we must recognize that this issue is one that was not created by any of the current incumbents at the city level. It is, however, an unenviable, heavy burden that must be shouldered in a timely manner before possibly unnecessary and staggering costs are committed to or incurred by the city of Nampa. The current positioning of the EPA in Washington, D.C. suggests this may be an opportune time for collaboration among key stakeholders and entities involved with this issue. In a July 12th Idaho Press article, the incoming acting administrator of the EPA, Andrew Wheeler, stated that his directive from the president was clean up the air, clean up the water, and provide regulatory relief. This is an encouraging sign that an objective review of what now appears to be an erroneous and overreaching set of regulatory requirements placed upon Nampa might now be a potential reality. With this introduction, we offer the following. Organize and convene a wastewater informational workshop as requested by Sandy Levi in her email of July 9th, 2018. We would strongly suggest that this include a collaborative invite to IDEQ and any congressional representatives willing to attend. IDEQ prominently played a role in the innovative Dixie Drain project, as did Mike Simpson. Number 2, temporarily postponed new business item 6-13 this evening, which was the task order with Brown and Caldwell for Nampa wastewater program phases 2 and 3. The appropriate scope of this task order is currently undetermined because of some of the reports now available. Request Brown and Caldwell correct wording in Appendix 1 of their report that notes none of the effluent is used for land application or subsurface disposal. Please refer to findings regarding this and the Riverside Canal Company in what is now known as the Harriman Report. The City of Nampa should formally request in writing a review of potential regulatory relief by the IDEQ, scheduled to be reviewed this evening under new business 6-15. Our state legislators and governors should additionally be enlisted to be involved in assisting and or expediting this review. thank you for your service to both the city and the citizens of Nampa. We humbly offer our assistance and engagement as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on an agenda item this evening? Up, Ron? Good evening.
Ronald Harriman, 329 Creekside Place. I'd just like to, I guess, probably apologize for doing the work that I did on the report, which covered the actual erroneous reports by the DEQ and the EPA that put us into the type of situation we are now in. It is really important that the city require that the EPA and the DEQ correct the reports that they used to create the problem that is now on Nampa. Once they have done that, we may find a solution to this. But in your conscience, you must think for a minute. Is the report in error? Or are the reports from the DEQ and the EPA in error? You must consider that before you make these decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on an agenda item this evening? Or non-agenda item? Seeing, yes. Come on forward and go ahead and state your name and address and the item you want to talk about.
I'm Tom Wedevin. I live at 2008 South Palomar Court. And I'd like to speak about the proposed state liquor dispensary. I was at the senior center this morning, and all of a sudden I heard this state-of-the-art liquor proposal is going to be located right downtown in Nampa, Idaho. And that kind of concerned me. It did concern me. And I was just wondering if this is a moneymaker. I have a sense of we want to make this a place of light, of safety, concern for our citizens, concern for our families. And I'm looking at the number of DUIs, the number of, last week, our police department is having to follow up on all these situations that are very dangerous. We had an accident where a guy's going down the wrong side of the road. He took out two people. I don't know who they are yet, but they're probably somebody's family. Our family was impacted. Our son-in-law was killed, and our daughter was seriously injured by a guy that kidnapped and killed his wife, and then turned and ran and crashed right into David and Jessica purposely. One of the issues that I think is important as we consider what's going on in our communities is safety. And I'm not only concerned about our citizens, but our police as well. They're in situations more and more that are very dangerous, not just with drunk drivers, but going to citizens' homes. More and more, I'm very concerned about what happens to them. I think they more than earn their pay, and each night I wonder, their families are wondering, are they going to come home? And so, very concerned about that. The other thing is, I don't know how much citizen input you get on some of these things, but I don't know how this got on the agenda, but I just happened to see it. I don't know how it's prioritized or selected, but I'm concerned about the overall picture, what we're trying to do in Nampa, the kind of people we're trying to attract. We want to grow, and 30 seconds left, and be a place where we're a good example, nice place for families, got a lot of churches here. I think if we probably took did a prioritized survey, more bars and state-of-the-art liquor dispensary is probably not on the first 75 or so. It's my concern. I think our city is going to be growing. We have wonderful people here. What do we want? And my time is up. So thank you for listening to me.
Tom, thank you for coming and sharing your concerns. It's appreciated. Is there anyone else that would like to? Yes. Yes, you may. Thank you. And go ahead and name and address and topic. Thank you.
My name is Deborah Wedevin, and I live at 2001 South Baltimore Court here in Nampa. I've lived here for 16 years. I have 4 children. We have 17 grandchildren, and I would love to see this be a community that is family-friendly in all ways. Thank you for the opportunity to come and speak to this. I'm also a nurse, and I have witnessed people that have died from alcohol poisoning. I see we have several liquor stores, and we have breweries and other things. I would like to see our downtown become family-friendly, community-friendly, a place where I'm proud to bring people and share in the city. And so I thank you for the opportunity to speak to that. And I ask that you would oppose that's item 8.5. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak this evening? Okay, seeing none, I don't think I've missed anyone. Thank you for those of you, this 3 minutes is important, and thank you for your willingness to come and to speak during this time. It's appreciated. So the next item on our agenda is mayor and council comments. And council, do you have any comments this evening? And I don't really have any comments this evening, so we've got a lot on our agenda. I could share what we're doing because there's a lot going on, but I think I'll spare the audience this evening because we've got a lot on our agenda this evening. I'm looking at the time, and we can do one of two things. We can enter into a staff report and then go into public hearings, or we can go straight into public hearings. And so I'm just pondering, Michael, would you prefer to be after public hearings in your staff report? Well, if you don't mind either way, let's go ahead. Go ahead. We have 3 minutes. Okay, so why don't we go, Darren, how long is your, where's Darren? Let's do our Nampa tree ordinance, Michael, if that's okay. And then, because yours is going to be long, and then we'll follow with yours.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm just here to update you on our tree ordinance that we've been working on. As you know, the last council meeting or a couple ago, there was some attention brought forward in regards to our tree ordinance and how it's implemented. So I just want to let the City Council know that we do have an ordinance right now. We can take applications, and we can actually work from that ordinance and do the city's business. Of course, the trees are important to us as being part of the Parks and Recreation Department, and so we've been talking to other cities to see how they implement and to see what their ordinance includes. And so just a few of the things that we've been doing is meeting with our Planning and Zoning Department and trying to coordinate how future trees will relate to future signs. We've also been working on updating and clarifying the jurisdiction that the city of Nampa has in regards to the right-of-way trees. And then also changing the dispute process. Currently it goes to a tree board, which has been criticized that it could not be an impartial repeal process, and so we're in the process of changing that to something that may be looked at more favorably upon, from everybody in our community. And then our standard operating process, this I think is important. We do have an application that if somebody wants tree work done in the right-of-way. However, in the past, we've taken phone calls, we've just went out and met, and so we don't have a really good track record of approvals and denial process. And so what we're going to get back to is anytime we look at a tree on the right-of-way, they'll have to submit an application, and then in writing we can approve it or deny it. And so it might be a little bit more cumbersome, but there's just no way we can track the history or how we're doing or the work that we're doing. And so that's our report right now, and we look forward to bringing more information to you soon.
Thank you. Does anyone have a question for Darren on where we are?
Thank you for the work.
Darren, thank you very much. Michael, I'm going to ask you, does your staff report have any bearing on the public hearing side? Okay. So let's go ahead and move into our public hearings. So as you all know, we've got unfinished business and we've got new business, but we do have slated public hearings beginning at 7, and that means for those of you that are here for one of those other items, it will come after the public hearing process. So thank you for your patience. So our first public hearing this evening is 8.1 on the agenda, and it's the proposed increases in wastewater and domestic water utility rates, fees, and charges in excess of 5% for operations, maintenance, and systemic replacement of wastewater and water supply and infrastructure in order to continue to provide continuous and reliable utility services. As we get ready, we're going to begin with the staff report. And I forgot to say this earlier. Because of the online viewing, it's important both for council, myself, and for those at the microphone to speak into the microphone. Otherwise, those that are viewing via the streaming cannot hear us. So please make sure that you speak right into the microphone. So Michael, I believe that you are going to start with our staff report for this item.
Yes, Mayor and Council, we have a couple of presentations. I'll start off with the first one, and then I'll bring Chris Gonzalez on to get into all the detail on the calculations and cost of service study and those types of things. But first of all, I thought it was important that we think about why we're here today regarding wastewater specifically. So the problem that the city is faced with every single day is the city, its citizens and business and industry generate 11 million gallons of waste every single day, and right now it discharges into Indian Creek. The city is also experiencing significant growth. We see that every day. You have a number of public hearings this afternoon to talk about new citizens that want to come to town and build new houses and those types of things. Indian Creek is not currently meeting its designated uses of cold water aquatic life and secondary contact recreation. And Indian Creek has sediment and E. coli TMDLs currently in place. So how did we get here? We've been working on some of the stuff that's going to be presented since 2004. In 2004, our NPDES permit expired. City's had an NPDES permit since the late 70s, 78, 79, I think was the first one. We've been working on a facility plan. Update was completed in 2009. We looked through 40 plus alternatives. And then we adopted a city facility plan in 2018. And we have a voter-approved bond financing also earlier this year. And the goal of the process that we've been embarking on for all this time was making the right next best decision for Nampa, whatever that is. Regardless of what the information, it's to look at what that next best decision is. And over the last several years, we identified at the beginning of time, and they've held true to today, the critical success factors are what we considered when we looked at every possible alternative. Those critical success factors are to preserve, I should read my notes, to preserve our natural resources and our environment, to provide a healthy professional environment for our employees, to provide long-term fiscally sound decision-making, to stimulate economic development, and to anticipate future regulatory requirements, because we know this is going to continue on for years to come. We brought together an expert team. We brought technical experts from a number of areas. We brought a citizens wastewater advisory group together. an industrial working group, public works staff, of course, and a number of mayors and council members that have been going on since 2010. 3 different mayors, a whole number of different council members. We've used a process called the business case evaluation, where you identify, you assemble your team, you align your decisions with critical success factors, brainstorm alternatives, screen fatal flaws, account for future risk, monetize the decision, and select a preferred alternative, which we did in our facility plan. We had 6, 2.5, 7 really alternatives that we explored through a lot of processes, and I appreciate all the patience of the folks and input that we received along the way. And in that, at the end of the day, the group didn't pick, and the council didn't adopt the lowest cost alternative, the lowest capital cost, definitely. We picked 2.5, which was treat and discharge to irrigation with Class A reuse. A summary of the evaluation, and many of these slides were presented when we talked to the public through the bond election, so I'm just kind of getting us back to how we set the stage of where we are today. An evaluation summary, the capital costs and operations are similar to all alternatives. Alternative 5 had the highest level of risk, aside from do nothing more due to uncertainty. Both alternatives 2 and 2.5, which were the treat and discharge Class A reuse to industry and reuse to irrigation. They provide similar economic development, and 2.5 became most favorable as the value of water increases beyond where we currently are. Our advisory group, an industrial group, when asked to choose one alternative, they overwhelmingly favored the 2.5 alternative. Many 2 and 2.5 were ranked similarly. And then the industrial working group was interested in developing a recycled water program, and they've seen the potential for industrial reuse. Alternative 5 and 6, which were trade and do nothing more, were ranked the lowest due to concerns primarily associated with risk. And so this is the alternative that was presented throughout the community. Our phase 2 upgrades and phase 3 upgrades does significant improvements at our treatment facility. But I think most importantly of the slide, which we presented out to the public, is we'll continue to look for cost savings throughout the design and construction process. That's something that we've committed to from the beginning, something that's been in every public process that we've had. And I think that's important. In order to achieve the desired result, the preferred alternative, it's going to take a lot of time. And that time started, I mean, today, we're in July, we're already about a month behind schedule from the original schedule. And it's going to take a whole lot of effort. Now, any effort beyond now means that we have to speed up. There probably is some float in the schedule. I'm not going to say that there isn't. At what point does that start adding costs? I'm not sure. Some important dates to remember. In February 20, we adopted the facility plan and preferred alternative, and authorized a bond election on the same evening. We did in May. We started our public education efforts on March to May. May 15th, there was a bond election that passed 87% in favor of bonding. In July today is our public hearing. That's why it's highlighted for our rates and hookup fee increases. The hope is that we begin our preliminary phase 2 design this month. That's the intent. You have further action in front of you later in this council meeting. We'd like to authorize, we anticipate being before you next council meeting to authorize to apply for the loan because that's the next step in the process. We anticipate in August to submit the reuse permit application to discharge to the Phillips Canal because the time is continuing to click. As we presented across to the entire public, we anticipate that October 1, if rates are approved today, they become effective October 1 in 2018. And I guess that the most important dates are the final 2 on the slide. May 1, 2020, we must meet interim phosphorus limits. And May 30, 2026, we must meet the final phosphorus limits. And all of these projects kind of combine in that. We also know that there's been a citizens additional proposal presented. And that proposal, I think I've attempted to summarize that. That is to challenge Indian Creek's beneficial uses, challenge Indian Creek's connection to the Boise River, challenge Nampa's wastewater plant's designation as a point source, challenge Indian Creek's listing as waters of the United States. And I think we've heard some of that this evening. There's a specific request to the Director of the Idaho Department of Environmental Quality to reclassify Indian Creek. And there's a request for the Riverside Canal to take the Indian Creek flow for year-round. And I think those are viable. It's been discussed, and some comments have been made already today. So what do we do with this proposal? So I believe 100% in the process. I believe we've been open and honest through the entire process that we've done. So I think we continue to trust the process. We developed this proposal as another alternative. We've started with 40-some. This is 40-some plus one more. I mean, we've been this far. Why not also take this one seriously? Then, as the process works, you select the preferred alternative and make the right next best decision for Nampa. But along the way, I think the process works, right? We continue to look at our critical success factors. I think those were important from the beginning. I think they should still be important today. If they're not the same with this alternative, then are they different from all previous alternatives? And then again, assemble our team, align our decisions, those types of things, and get to a preferred alternative. So what do you do today? Today, this is the public hearing. This is the opportunity to talk about where we're going. So if we're going to evaluate the evaluation of this new alternative is going to take time. It's not something that can easily be happened overnight. There's a lot of complex issues that are not fully defined. I think there's a lot of good information in there. I think there's a lot of factual information, but I don't know that they're fully defined. We need legal and regulatory experts that should be consulted to determine exactly how do you achieve those things that are requested. I think it's important that we look at implications through 2040. All other alternatives that are proposed in our facility plan have looked at the implications to Nampa through 2040 to meet the growth in industry growth and industry needs from today through 2040. We know that additional improvements are still going to be required. Every alternative that we've had so far has had additional improvements. We know that we still haven't addressed all the growth issues. There's maintenance and repair issues that still need to be addressed. Those need to be defined. So we need to figure out what the cost of those alternatives are associated with this alternative. What improvements would be needed and the cost thereof, because there's still going to be improvements. We think that risks and benefits should be defined on this alternative. Exactly what are the risks and benefits to get through that? Exactly how much is their savings, or what are the other benefits that may be achieved? Again, following their standard that we've done for everything else, we should do a business case evaluation. Bring it in, run it through, bring in our wastewater advisory team, present this just like we have every other alternative. And so all other, and one other thing that I think that we can say is all other alternatives that we've explored required significant rate increases, but the do nothing more didn't. That became the most risky alternative. So all other alternatives required significant rate increases. And I think the most important thing to remember today is that the clock does not stop. We have a permit. The city of Nampa has a permit. It has deadlines, and it has things that must be met. And those things that, if not met, are very expensive. There's significant fines and penalties. And so if we don't meet those limits as they're defined today, then fines and penalties will occur. It's not may occur, but they will occur. And those are things for mine. So if we would like to explore this other, evaluate this alternative, we would suggest that it be a parallel path. If we're going to do it, we need to continue to move on the process as we go forward today and create a parallel path and evaluate this alternative. We've said from the beginning as a program management team, and I think as a community, that we continue to look at all alternatives and look for the least cost that we can along the way. And we've said that in every single meeting. And this is just one more, a parallel path we think is right. Time is of the essence to continue to move forward. And I think the last statement that I'd like to make before I turn it over to Chris Gonzalez is, the other thing to keep in mind is the rates proposed today are still lower than any other identified city that we've looked at. That's going to be on all of our slides, and I don't know of any other that are going to be less. And so even with this increase, we know that additional improvements are going to need to be made. We know that we have to figure out if we're going to continue to take the bond funding, you got to pay it back. And this is just step one. There's a whole lot of other steps that have to take place before we get to the end of this. But that's kind of my beginning to say here it is. And with that, unless you have some questions, I can certainly turn it over to Chris Gonzalez, and I have to get the computer running for that. But anyway, I'll turn it over to Chris. And he'll get to the actual meat and potatoes of the rates.
Good evening. I am Chris Gonzalez, the project manager with FCS Group. I have been heavily involved in the financial analysis that you may have seen some pictures of, and I'm going to show you some more pictures tonight. So today we're going to go over
the methodology that we use to come up with the recommendations. We'll discuss the results that we've seen, and we'll discuss the cost of service rate study, including revenue requirements, cost of service analysis, and then also the hookup fee updates. We also looked at domestic water rates, though we focused mainly on just revenue needs, given that we did a more comprehensive study back in 2015. We were also asked to assess the potential impacts of moving to monthly billing, and so we did some analysis in tandem with staff and came up with some numbers there. So the basic rate study methodology divides rate making into 3 phases. And so the first phase is the revenue requirements, and so that's really about defining how much revenue you need to cover the utilities costs. And defining that depends on a few things. So we have various financial policies that we have in place and recommend to help the utility maintain its financial integrity. Within that framework, there is an operating budget, and we forecast operating revenues and expenses. There's also a capital improvement plan, which includes the wastewater treatment plant improvements, but it also includes the city's local collection system improvements. And so then we come up with a capital funding strategy, which then also feeds into the revenue needs assessment. Once we come up with the financial plan or the revenue requirements, we then allocate it between functions of service. And this really helps us differentiate where are the costs, how can we attribute the costs to the various functions that the utility is serving, and then how do we allocate those costs equitably to your customers based on that. What we end up with is if the revenue requirement is the pie, the cost of service analysis tells us how to slice the pie. And then the last phase is rate design. And so we're actually coming up with the fixed and the variable charges to generate the revenue allocated to each customer class. I just said that. All right. So how much revenue is needed? And so we look again at the policies, operating costs, any rate funded capital. So that would include anything specific from a policy or a specific capital project that we would fund through rates. In general, we try to limit that just because rates tend to be best for ongoing costs rather than major one-time costs. And then also any existing or new debt service. And that all factors into the annual revenue needs. And so we've got 2 scenarios for the revenue requirement analysis for the wastewater utility. This first scenario envisions a series of 15.5% rate increases. And this reflects the actual interest rate that DEQ has offered the city. And so that is 1.68%. And so then under your existing rates, an average monthly residence would pay $24.47 per month. And then that would increase over time, getting to $67.10 per month by 2025 after all the increases are in place. For comparative purposes, the 1.5% of median monthly household income is about $51.51. And the reason that we care about that metric is because typically that's used to define affordability. And so right now, the city's rates result in bills that are roughly half, a little bit less than half of what that benchmark is. Eventually on this course, we'll catch up to and exceed that, with the caveat that median monthly household income may increase in the next 10 years. So it's a moving target likely. This second scenario goes back to the published recommended increase, and this would be a series of 16.75% increases. And then to take advantage of the lower rate that the city actually got on the loan, we would propose lowering the 2025 increase, so it's just under 8.3%. And so those are really the 2 major options. And so as far as the final bill by 2025, the first scenario it's 67.10, and the second scenario it's 66.96. So it's slightly lower overall to reflect the front loading of getting the money to cover the costs. And so the policy question here is, which revenue strategy does the council prefer? The slightly lower increases or the slightly higher increases up front? Staff recommended scenario B in recognition of the fact that there is some risk that the city might not receive all of the anticipated loan funding. They rely on annual appropriations by DEQ. The Board of Appraisers concurred with that recommendation, and so The recommended scenario is scenario B with the 16.75% annual increases. So cost of service analysis, what we're doing is we're allocating the revenue requirement, and we really consider a number of things. This is where we worked most closely with Brown and Caldwell to get an understanding of the nature of the capital improvements and how they change the city's cost structure. And so we were looking at system planning criteria, typical flows and loadings for the various customer classes, as well as facility requirements. And we end up with allocated costs by customer class, but we also end up with unit costs that provide the information that we need to come up with the industrial rates, which are also very important in this analysis. And so the way the cost of service analysis works, we start by defining the utility functions. This really gives us a sense of what are those buckets that we want to functionalize the revenue requirement in. And then we allocate the cost of functions. So we go through a line item detail of your operating budget and the various debt issues. And so we really come up with how do we allocate each line to those buckets, and then we end up with a final assignment of those. Defining customer classes, the city has a customer class structure that's already pretty well thought out as far as defining different levels of strength. And so we didn't tweak the customer classes, but what we did was we allocated the cost to the existing classes based on their demands. And so looking at how we slice the pie, in general, there's a shift from flow to treatment-related components. So the pie chart on the left represents what your existing rate structure, kind of the allocation that informed that structure. And so it shows that just over 50% of your current rate is attributable to managing flows in the wastewater system and conveying them to the treatment facility. The updated allocation shows it's about 46.9, so there's been a shift away from that. And then particularly suspended solids, TSS, nitrogen, TKN, and then phosphorus was another big one. The cost shifted in that direction. And the percentage change might seem pretty small. I mean, so at the existing rates, it's about 0.33% of the total pie versus 1.47%, but it's a factor of 5. And so to the extent that you have industries that generate a disproportionate amount of phosphorus, the change will impact them disproportionately as well. And so just to provide an overview of the customer class structure, we start out with SE. SE2 is most of the city's accounts, 27,000 and change, residential and retail stores. You've got some laundromats and car washes that are lower strength than that, as defined by biochemical oxygen demand, or BOD. Hospitals and daycares are the next class up, then restaurants, other non-residential, and then above that you get to industrial, which tend to have more specialized service requirements than typical domestic wastewater. And so the cost of service analysis showed a shift away from SE2. Right now, SE2, the residential, pays about 82% of the pie. And under the allocated cost of service, they should be paying 79.3%. So if we were talking about the 16.75% revenue increase, if we were to go in this direction, they would see a smaller percentage increase than that, but still an increase. There was a shift toward industrial, so industrial being just under 10% under existing rates, now is about 11.5% based on the allocated cost of service. And then the other classes, there are also some minor shifts in the other ones as well. And so here is a summary of the 2019 rate alternatives. And so what we have is the existing rates here in 2018. So all non-industrial users pay the same base rate per month. And then they pay a volume rate per 100 cubic feet of water usage that depends on the strength of the wastewater. And that's defined based on the averages for the customers in each of those classes. And so then under scenario A here we have, and actually scenario B as well, we have 3 cost of service phasing options. So the leftmost column on each of those 2 is the full cost of service. So if we went from the left pie chart to the right pie chart, that's what the rates would look like. We also in the middle have a 2-year phase-in, which equates to about half of the shift that we came up with in that previous slide. And then the 5-year phase-in would be a fifth of it, so 20% of the change. And so then From there, and we did kind of the same thing for the industrial rates, which below there's a rate per million gallons of flow, and then per pound of BOD, TSS, nitrogen, and phosphorus. Some sample monthly bill impacts. We see a single-family home using 7 CCF per month pays $24.47, and then under these various options, if we go, say, to scenario B is the recommended scenario, it would go from $24.47 to $27.60 if we did full cost of service, $28.11 if we did the 2-year phase-in, and the $28.34 under the 5-year. And so in general, as we push out the phasing, they would pay more because the cost of service is saying that they should pay less. So we're just deferring those decreases in what they would pay relative to everybody else. We have a sample car wash here as a commercial customer using 87 CCF per month. They would pay $176.38, which would then go up proportionately as well. Both of these, actually, the car wash is an SE1. So they, based on the pie chart here, went from 1.84% of the pie to 2.16. Actually, I'm sorry. SE1 1.79% to 2%. So there's a slightly higher than proportionate increase for them. And then we have a medical clinic using 19 CCF per month. Kind of see similar. That would be in the SE3 class. And then we have the various industrial stakeholders, and in general, there are much bigger dollar amounts that we're talking about for them compared to your other customers. So the question here for you to consider is how should the city implement the cost of service findings? And really, one option would be no phasing, so move to the full cost of service. Do the 2-year phase-in or the 5-year phase-in. The fact that we've done this analysis and it shows that there should be shifts, it sort of requires the city to do something. So keeping the status quo is not really an option. The Board of Appraisers recommended the 5-year phase-in, just considering the magnitude of the revenue increases we're talking about, trying to avoid having excessive impacts incrementally from the shifts as well. Onto hookup fees. The methodology involves dividing the net system replacement value by the number of users that the system can support. And that's the court's language in the Loomis versus City of Haley trial. This is a pretty straightforward calculation, generally based on known information, but it does under-recover future costs. From regulatory changes, capacity expansion, we cannot include future capital project costs in the cost basis for the charge as the city historically did. And so the key thing here is the hookup fees can only incorporate usable assets. So there's construction that's underway, particularly phase 1 of the treatment plant upgrades. We can't include those in the hookup fees until they're done, which is expected to occur in winter of 2019. And so what we could do is we could either integrate all of the phases of the improvements as they come online, or just wait for the plant completion and update the hookup fee. And so here we have updated hookup fees based on changes in the ENR construction cost index from when the current charges went into effect until June 2018, so basically last month. And so here we have a collection fee that everybody pays, and then we have treatment fees, which would vary for the various strength classes, and then the industrial hookup fees, they also have their own set of fees. But based on the ENR construction cost index, we would propose a 6% increase in wastewater hookup fees. And then once the treatment plant changes happen, then we can do a more comprehensive update. Domestic water hookup fees, we did the same thing, except versus the wastewater ones went into effect in November 2016. The domestic water ones went into effect in January 2017. And so there, the same math gave us a 5% increase in those charges. And so policy question here is how often should the city update its hookup fees? So annually, as part of system planning cycles, or with some other frequency. And then another question would be, should the city adjust hookup fees for inflation between updates? And the Board of Appraisers recommended those annual inflationary adjustments to the hookup fees. And then more periodic reviews when there are more assets in the city's records. We also reviewed domestic water rates. As I mentioned before, we did a more comprehensive study in 2015, and it recommended 3 years of 18% increases. The council adopted the first one, 18% in 2016, and then did 2 9% increases in 2017 and 2018. And so we wanted to look at what the updated revenue projections were, given what you actually adopted, and then looked at the current budget and expense projections to see, how are we on course? Do we need to make adjustments to get back on course? And so we wanted to look at that. And so we have 2 scenarios here. The first one is kind of the smooth approach. Here we're proposing 9% annual increases for 2019 and 2020, dropping to 8% increases in 21 and 22, and then 7% for 2023 and 24, and then back to inflation, kind of the 4.5% in 2025 and onward. And average monthly residential bill at 7 CCF is currently $14.10. And that would increase to $15.36 next year, all the way up to $23.35 by 2025 under this strategy. The second scenario is, well, what if we just did the increase in one fell swoop and then went to inflationary adjustments after that? And so you would need to do a 23% increase in 2019 and then 4.5 after that. And then the cumulative difference between those scenarios is the first one, $23.35 is the final rate in 2025, and it's $22.53 in 2025. So longer term, the rates will be lower if you were to go by that approach. And so the policy question here, how should the city implement the rate increases, either smoothing it out over the next however many years, or doing a larger upfront one and then more inflationary stuff after that? The Board of Appraisers recommended the smooth approach. To Michael's point earlier, the city of Nampa's rates in this comparison currently are the lowest bill in the sample group here, being $38.57 as a combined total for water and sewer. Looking at the various alternatives, if we do the smooth domestic water rate increase and then also the lower scenario A sewer rate increase, we would get to $43.59. If we did the smooth water rate scenario and the larger upfront sewer rate increase, so this is kind of the recommended scenarios, we would be at $43.90. If we did the highest increase in both of the scenarios, we would be at $45.87. And so in that scenario, the city would jump above Idaho Falls, but otherwise would still remain the lowest in the group. And then finally, the monthly billing issue. City staff looked into the costs associated with going to monthly billing. Estimated about $25,000 per year in salary and benefit costs, $96,000 per year in merchant processing fees. You'd have double the transactions, $85,000 or $86,000 per year in printing and mailing costs, and so together those would give an ongoing annual cost of about $207,000. There would be some one-time costs also, such as billing, software support services, and yeah. But so based on the annual impact. The water utility, which would be allocated 44% of that based on the city's allocation methodology, which would be about a 1.4% increase over what I showed before. And then wastewater would bear about 25% of that cost, or about $52,000 per year on an ongoing basis. And then that would be about a 0.4% increase. And so, policy question here, should the city transition to monthly billing? The Board of Appraisers recommended against that at this time due to the cost-benefit analysis. And so with that, that's the end of my formal presentation. I would be happy to entertain questions.
Randy?
Just one. Scroll back here. There was a comment as far as the recommendation by staff to go with scenario B, that it mitigates risk of not receiving all anticipated SRF loan funding. What is the risk in scenario A of not receiving all the SRF loan funding?
I think that, there's scenario scenario B is not necessarily less risky in that regard, but it gives you a slightly higher level of revenue to project from in case the city were to have to go to the bond market and pursue additional funding.
Okay, so both of them have the risk.
They both have the risk, and I think scenario B gives you a slightly bigger cushion in case the city has to go pursue higher cost debt.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions at this time? Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay. Michael, is there anything additional in the staff report at this time?
No, certainly there are questions, and then on that, to answer further on that question, scenario B assumes that as presented goes all the way through, and then there's a reduction in the last year. If you recall, on the initial bond assumption, there was a 3.25% interest rate on the bonds. If they were to drop to 3.25%, that was estimated at 16.75. So if something happens, interest rates go up, then that last increase would have to be at a higher than 8% as proposed.
Thank you, Michael. So this is noted as a public hearing, and this is an opportunity for the public to give input into the recommended rate increases. At this time, we only had one person that signed up on this particular public hearing, and that was Carol. And Carol, did you want to speak again? Yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
Carol Kenfield, 200 South Lancaster Drive in Nampa. One of the things that I looked at when I moved here was the cost of utilities.
Can you pull that microphone down? Just, there you go, thank you.
And the cost of utilities in all of Treasure Valley are low compared to where I came from. My wastewater, water, and sewer bill were about double what they are here. So I can't complain about having to pay a little bit more for meeting our permit requirements. And I appreciate everything that the city does to try and maintain cost as low as possible. But I think we need to recognize that we have to pay for what we get too.
Thank you, Carol. Okay, Carol is the only one that signed up in support of, and there was no one that signed up to oppose. Is there anyone here that would like to speak to this particular issue that is not signed up? Okay, so I don't see anyone wanting to testify on behalf of our recommended rate increases. Okay. So with that, this would be the opportunity for any further comments from staff or applicant, in this case, which is the city, and at this time, none. So at that, I would stand for a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Council discussion.
Madam Mayor, fellow council members, I have comments for different parts of today, but I'm not exactly sure what we're being asked to approve in 8.1 as I look at the agenda with all of the areas we just covered.
So actually, if we go back to the full agenda, we will be, and I guess my agenda I've moved over here, under new business, we will be voting separately as action items on, let me find it real quickly. The resolution for increase in wastewater rates and fees and utility services in 6.8, 6.9, 6.10. So we've got wastewater rates, wastewater hookups. Number 6.10 is utility services, water hookups for utility services. So, and then 612 actually has to do with the user classification that he reported on at the end. So even though at least my document says it is an action item, I believe we're voting on all of this under new business. So, Aaron, would you like to go ahead and clarify?
Madam Mayor and Councilman Skog, that was correct. The hearing has to precede the action. The action is split up into 5 individual actions, which you'll address in items 6-8 through 6-12.
That said, we would have the opportunity for discussion at that time if you'd like to have the discussion, or we could have discussion now.
Well, maybe some discussion now. Just help me out if you put up with me a little bit. Fellow council members, we've had a lot of emails on the subject of the Harriman report that was mentioned by Michael, and some of those have just been plain crazy, and some of those have been very good information with factual information that's in the Harriman report that I think we're all taking very seriously, as is the mayor. And I would like Michael Michael Foos, if he would, to meet with Ron individually, or maybe with one of the council members or the mayor, and sit down, because I don't think that's happened since we got the Harriman report published. At one point, I was told there was a $20 million potential reduction if we didn't have to meet the temperature issue with DEQ. And at one point, I was told 40 million on phosphorus reduction. Now those numbers are changing, so I have conflicting information up to this point that we're going to have to settle, and that's why I'd like to investigate further the Harriman report as recommended by Mr. Foos in a parallel path as we go forward tonight. But we still need to move forward on other things, and that may include an expert legal opinion with a firm that specializes in this area. And also, on some of those emails, there have been attacks on Michael. Well, Michael's very professional, and there's some misinformation out there. He did meet with Riverside Irrigation years ago, prior to the current manager that's out there, Andy. So anyway, I'm just letting you know I'm interested in the parallel approach that Michael has suggested, and those that would send nasty emails in our nice city, knock it off, especially about Michael and his good work.
Thank you, Bruce. Is there any other discussion to take place at this time? Other comments from council? So seeing none, I think at this time, we will go ahead, and I would actually, did I ask for the motion? I am so sorry to close public hearing.
We did.
I did, thank you. I have a little check by it that I did, but I thought I'd better make sure. At this time, there is no motion, and so we will conclude this public hearing, and then we will further discuss each item separately as an action item later. Michael.
Mayor, maybe now a little bit of clarification. At this time, and a whole, the action items, some of the action items under 6.8 through 12 have a resolution. Rates are adopted by resolution by the council. All of the resolutions are prepared, and all of them reflect the Board of Appraisers' recommendation. So if the public process were to determine a different answer, then we would have to prepare different resolutions. And so that's kind of how this, what's the decision along the way. So that's kind of where that's going, just for clarification.
Thank you for that clarification. It's appreciated.
Mayor Kling, then?
Yes.
Is it proper to ask him a question at this point?
Mhm.
So are you asking for us to make a determination on scenario A or B at this time?
Mayor, or Councilor Haberfield, essentially the resolutions that are prepared and in your packet reflect the Board of Appraisers' recommendations of the 16 and 3/4 and 9% water rate increase.
So that's an acceptance of scenario B then?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And that said, that is in keeping with what we as a council determined and advised them to move forward with that at our last council or prior council meeting, was to consider that.
I just wanted to make that clarification now.
Yeah, thank you. Are there any other questions before we move to the next public hearing? Okay, seeing none, we will move to item 8.2 on our agenda, which is a public hearing for annexation and zoning to RS6 for Edmonds Hollow subdivision on the west side of North Middleton Road between West Hollow Avenue and Orchard Avenue for Riley Planning Services, representing Rosalind Edmonds. Is our applicant here this evening? Thank you for stating your name and your representation as you come forward.
Thank you, Mayor. For the record, Penelope Constantikis, representing Rosalind Edmonds, Post Office Box 405, Boise, Idaho 83701. I have some exhibits I'd like to distribute, if that's okay. What I'm providing you with is an 11 by 17 copy of the revised plat and 2 pages from the engineer's report that discusses the weighted average and the lot sizes. The applications before you this evening are for the annexation into the city of Nampa of the subject site with an RS6 zone designation and a preliminary plat for Edmonds Hollow. With the recent revisions in response to staff's comments, the plat now has 37 buildable lots. The path for annexation is through Eagle Stream subdivision, which is being developed to the west of the site. Just an interesting note, after development costs, Fran and Rosalind Edmonds will be using the income from this project to support Casa Angelina in Guatemala. It's an orphanage and school for children. A neighborhood meeting was held on June 9th and about 8 neighbors attended. The comments were about fencing, the feeder ditch, weeds, and the speed limit on Middleton Road. The project perimeter will be fenced. The feeder ditch that provides water to the subdivision to the north has been cleaned, and the weeds have been cut, to the best of my knowledge. The neighbors believe that lowering the speed limit to 35 miles per hour on Middleton Road would be a safety benefit for the existing neighbors and the future residents. The project believes that Edmonds Hollow will be an asset to the city of Nampa and complement the neighborhood. The lots along the north boundary are a minimum of 8,000 square feet to be compatible with the lots served by Willow Avenue. Additional street widening on Middleton Road is to occur and will be included in the project, and pedestrian facilities will be constructed. The landscape plan will include street trees in the park strip at the entrance of the subdivision as recommended by staff. The second access is proposed at the southeast corner of the subdivision for emergency services. Once Eagle Stream has developed adjacent to the site and the stub road is functional, the second access will be removed and the lot will become a buildable lot. Planning and zoning commissioners inquired about future traffic control plans for the south of the site along Middleton Road. The engineering department indicated that intersection improvements are planned and will be constructed in the near future. If my recollection is good, that will be in 2 to 3 years. And I believe it was for 2 intersections for a traffic signal. I'm going to move to the staff report now. Subsequent to the planning and zoning hearing, the plat was revised. We removed a stub street on the west side and incorporated the extra area into some of the other lots. The weighted average lot size is now 8,242 square feet. A waiver for the compatibility standard was signed by the adjacent property owner, which, according to Nampa Code, relieves the applicant of needing to match Lot 2, Block 1 with the lot in Eagle Stream immediately adjacent to the subject site. A copy of the waiver signed by Don Hubble was submitted to staff shortly after the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing. I'm not sure I understand the condition listed in the June 27th letter, which is the post-P&Z hearing letter, indicating that this lot needs to meet the compatibility standard. I believe we have enough excess square footage in some of the lots near this parcel to upsize the lot, but it still begs the question of the waiver that we submitted. A variety of lot sizes provides variety for buyers and enhances the subdivision with more visual interest, as opposed to a subdivision with uniformity where all the lots are essentially the same size. The applicant is happy to provide Pioneer Irrigation District with the easement they have requested, and I believe it is included on the revised plat. A legal description and exhibit for the annexation have been submitted to the city. Street names were adjusted and an updated plat showing revised street names was submitted to the city in May. A landscape plan will be updated and submitted to the city prior to application for final plat. The engineer reports that all other items are either in compliance or have been made so. And finally, a traffic impact study was prepared and submitted with the preliminary plat application. We are not aware of any concerns with the findings of the TIS. The Edmonds are looking forward to working with the city of Nampa to complete the final plat and start construction. With that, I would be happy to answer any questions you may have. The project engineer is present in the event you have engineering questions.
Ready?
Penelope, one question.
Yes, sir.
On the plat, that center lot, Lot 4, Block 2, is that a buildable lot or is that a park lot?
Madam Mayor, Councilman, that's a buildable lot.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions at this time? You will have the opportunity to come back following the public hearing to answer any questions that come up during the public hearing process.
Thank you, Mayor.
So thank you. Okay, at this time, we'll hear from staff for staff report. Thank you, Robert.
Mayor and Council, the plat exhibit that you have on the screen before you, you should have in your packets, represents, of course, the project proposed by the applicant as voiced by the representative. The question before you this evening, more than anything, of course, is the propriety of annexing the property and zoning it according to the wishes of the applicant, which would facilitate the plat development that they have lined out for build-out. Staff, having reviewed the particular findings that are required to assess the viability of an annexation request, has concluded that in all material respects the applicants are well within their rights, of course, A, to apply for the project, and B, that the project itself is eligible for consideration for annexation and zoning. The Planning Commission's recommendation for approval, contingent upon conditions, is in your hearing minutes, represented in writing. And with that, staff finds that, given the Commission's positive recommendation, our conclusion based on our review of the required findings and what we have found respecting this project, that we can recommend it favorably as well. That said, the revised set of drawings that came in to us were reviewed today, and we found those also acceptable. And the letter that was mentioned we had not yet seen, but that is an acceptable means of exempting a lot from having to meet the compatibility standard where you check one lot in a project versus the exterior lots that are already platted around the balance of the project outside of its boundaries. I think that concludes our comments. We have not received any public comment that I'm aware of on this item other than what you already have voiced in those hearing minutes I mentioned. Any questions?
Randy?
Robert, back to my question as far as on that lot number 4, block 2, it's got a 25-foot roadway access frontage. It seems an atypical lot presentation. To me, that would normally be a park lot in between, especially in a center section like this. Was there any consideration or comment, I didn't see it on the planning and zoning level, as to that lot being acceptable or non-compliance?
Mayor and Councilman Harefield, not that I recall. And our code does not obligate a developer to propose open space outside of the landscape areas required along main streets, as you realize, unless at your level you want to ask for that or it's pro-offered by a developer.
Okay. It just seems atypical to me and possibly non-compliance, but the 25-foot road width gives them a 20-foot drive lane to get to it. It's just it's an odd placement for a home in the center of it's just an odd placement for a home. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Thank you, Robert. So this is a public hearing, and actually we do not have anyone signed up in support of or opposing this particular item. And so the question I would have at this time, is there any additional comment from the applicant at this time?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Penelope Constantikis, Post Office Box 405, Boise, Idaho 83701. I do have the original waiver that I will provide to the city. Do you want me to give it to staff? I guess the only comment I would have is that the parcel that Councilman Haverfield was asking about is a flag lot. So we do see them in subdivisions. It's just a little bit unusual because it's not in a corner. It's someplace else. So that's all I have. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Are there any questions of the applicant? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions of Robert? of staff on this issue? Okay, that standing was, and there was no one here to testify that did not have the opportunity to sign up? Seeing none, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, so council discussion.
Madam Mayor, I'll
And-
make a motion that we accept the annexation and zoning assignment of land to RS6 for the Edmonds Hollow subdivision.
And I'll second that.
Further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Thank you. Moving on to item 8.3 on the agenda. This is a public hearing for a zoning map amendment from RS 8.5 to RS 7 between Madison Road and Franklin Road, south of East Spruce Street and north of Eustic Road. This also includes the annexation and zoning to RS 7 for an easterly portion of 18360 Madison Road. And item B is annexation and zoning to RS 7 for 0 Madison Road for Ridgeview Estate subdivision in an RS 7 zoning district between Madison Road and Franklin Road, south of East Spruce Street and north of Eustic Road for Mason and Associates representing Michael Riggs. Is the applicant here this evening? And thank you for stating your name and your address and who you're with.
William Mason with Mason and Associates. Our address is 924 3rd Street South, Nampa. We're here today because the largest portion of this property is already in the city. It's zoned RS 8.5. We're requesting that be rezoned to a RS 7. And there's two small pieces of property that our developer would like to add to his preliminary plat that are in the dark black hatching. That's the portions that need to be annexed, and we're requesting an RS7 zone in that location also. Fortunately, I don't have a copy of our preliminary plat. I think Robert probably has that. But really, right now, the real question is, can we move forward with that zoning request? So I guess with that, I will stand for any questions or come back afterwards.
Okay. Are there any questions at this time? We'll have you back. Thank you. Okay, staff report. Thank you, Robert.
Mayor and Council, the information that the staff had by the time the report was ready to go to print, you have in your packets to include any agency or department or citizen correspondence by the cutoff date when we have to publish the report, as well as commission hearing minutes. Page 25 of your report has an excerpt from the traffic study. It is the copy of the plat. The commission acted favorably on this to the extent of their capacity and authority, which was to recommend favorably on the annexation request, the small ones, as well as the larger rezone request. And of course, germane again to their authority, approved the plat contingent on developer and development compliance with different conditions of approval and predicated upon your approval of the request, of course. And so staff basically analyzed the real request set before you this evening, which is on the first page of the report, which is the rezone and annexations. Having reviewed the findings relative to those particular entitlements, staff has concluded that the applicants, again, as with the last item, have eligibility for application, they have standing to submit, and also that the project has relevance in terms of it being eligible for consideration by you. That is to say, it has merit for consideration. Staff finds that the project is viable, contingent again upon conditions of approval being satisfied. Any questions?
Randy?
I didn't see, and I'm still looking for it. Water and sewer services are available to this property.
Engineering would have commented on that, and in the last report that went to the commission, I think they indicated that they were or could be made so.
Okay.
Sandy? Oh, I'm sorry, Randy. Did you have another comment,
No, I'm
Randy?
good.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Robert, I'm not sure if I understood or not, but number 2 and number 3, annexation and zoning assignment of land to RS7, that has gone through planning and zoning as well?
Yes, and so Mayor and Council, all of the rezones and annexations that you ever see at the bench have already gone past the commission and received some kind of vote from them, but it's always with those a recommendation. But they have authority to act on the plat, to approve it or deny it. But again, that's all really in the end predicated in the case where you're designing a plat around the zone standards on what happens at your level with the zones. But
Are there any further questions of Robert? Thank you, Robert. So this is a public hearing, and we had one person signed up to testify in support, and that was William Mason, who already spoke. We do not have anyone signed up to oppose this. Is there anyone here present that would like to speak on behalf of this particular rezone? Seeing none. Mr. Mason, do you have any further comments that you would like to make?
Again, William Mason with Mason and Associates. I'm just going to answer Mr. Haverfield's question. The sewer and water that went to the Ridgeview High School runs down Madison, and so we'll be taking sewer and water from that location into this property.
So you'll be extending it how far?
Right now, it is to approximately the area that's along Spruce that's in the black hatched area.
Okay.
So we'll be extending it back to the south, and there's also a sewer that comes from the south that it will cross the south boundary that will take part of our sewer to the south, but it all runs back to the line that was put in for the Ridgeview High School.
Okay, so you won't be looping it then, there'll be two separate lines that you'll be tapping?
There will be a loop for the water.
Oh, okay, and where's it presently at?
It is at Spruce and that black hatched area also.
Okay.
And it'll run through to Franklin when we finalize the last phase, or whatever phase that is, along Spruce, because Spruce will go all the way from Madison to Franklin. It will also tie to the south, so there'll be a loop to the south also on the water.
Okay, thanks, Will.
Thank you, and I saw Michael shaking his head, correct? Yes.
Madam Mayor, I do have one question, probably for Robert. Okay, and I probably should know this, but the land between this site and also the north of Ustick Road, that is not an enclave area that is currently annexed into the city?
everything that you see color-coded on the vicinity map, Councilman Bruner, is in the city limits, and everything in white is not.
So that in-between area is an enclave area then? Okay, gotcha. Thanks.
Are there any further questions of the applicant or staff?
Mayor, just a quick question on, I'm looking for the conditions on Spruce. Will there be sidewalks attached? So walkability to the high school, which is just across the street? Okay, that was all. Thank you. Or I saw a head nodding, so I was going off that, just for the record. Okay.
I guess that's your answer, huh?
Yes, all right.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that you got your answer. Okay, so this is a public hearing, and hearing no other, that there's no other one present to testify, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
And second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so council discussion or motion?
Well, Mayor, I'll make a motion to, for number one, I'll take them by 1, 2, 3. Number one, rezone of land for the zoning map amendment from RS 8.5 pertaining to 95.98 acre parcel of land between Madison and Franklin, south of Spruce Street and north of Ustick Road. Also, number two, I also approve annexation and zoning and assignment of land to RS 7 pertaining to a 40 acre portion of land addressed as 18360 Madison Road, and annexation and zoning assignment of land to RS7 pertaining to a 3.2 acre portion of land in the northwest 1/4 of the southeast 1/4 of section 34, Canyon County.
I'm sorry, I own the ground at 18360 Madison Road, and I own the ground at 18314. Are we talking about 18360 Madison Road?
That's what it says here, sir, yes.
Yes,
I
this,
don't want to be annexed into the city.
Oh, come on in. I think he's just misreading it.
Okay, so, and Victor, what you were reading was a little different than what I actually have on
I have
my,
here
I'm not sure where it was.
a 40-acre portion of land addressed as 18360 Madison.
Okay, so what we have on
that in
our
there?
agenda actually is, this is 8.3 is a zoning map amendment, and A is annexation and zoning to RS7 for an easterly portion of one.
About the 3.2 acres hatch mark there, right?
Sir, can you come up and give your name?
Go ahead. Okay, so our public hearing is actually closed. So we should officially reopen if we can, is that correct? Okay, so we're going to reopen our public hearing. And sir, go ahead and come forward and state your name and your address, and then we absolutely would like to bring clarity.
Thank you. My name is Ron Rush. I live at 18314 Madison Road, and I own the white area there of 18360. You see my place right there, 18314. And next, I think, is the 3.2 acres you're talking about, and then I own the 18360 portion. So if you're talking about the black hatch mark, then I have no objection. But when you're talking about 18360, I don't want any of my property in the city. That's not what we're talking about, is that right?
It says 18360 Madison Road.
Yeah, that's what it says. So
A does.
Easterly
For
portion.
easterly
Easterly
portion.
portion.
should be the-
Michael Riggs bought all of the ground in the yellow, and then he bought the 3.2 acres from me. And my assumption was that that's what we were talking about tonight, of rezoning that to RA7, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the only question at hand?
So, sir, let me ask
Let's-
you for verification. So is any of your property on 18360 Madison? Is any of that your property?
That is my property, 18360 Madison Road.
Okay.
Not the 3.2 acres, but the white area on the corner of Spruce and Madison Road.
Okay.
Okay, so let's have Robert
Yeah.
at this time. I'd like to have
Clarify
Robert
this.
come speak to this. Thank you for speaking up, sir.
Mayor and council, yes, we're not in the habit these days of trying to force annex properties, especially at someone else's request.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, it doesn't go down well, does it? So to clarify what was said earlier, and Norm pointed out something with our notices, this property is part of the rezone request, or annexation, excuse me. This is the rezone. This part is being requested to be annexed and zoned, not this. The striping there is the same as this down here, which is enclave property as a designation on our maps. I think it's just a matter, as Norm said, that it's simply that the addressing is the same for both pieces. That's how the county showed it to us, even though they're two separate parcels of ground. Yeah, before it was split off.
Okay, Mr. Rob, so I wonder, Mr. Rush, is that okay with you? That clarifies it?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so one other thing, Rob, if you could we get that in writing to Mr. Rush, I guess, if there are any questions he has, maybe? Is that something we could do, or is that okay? I want a written document of what we.
So, and Victor, I'm not sure where you were reading from, but what we were reading from on our actual agenda, under A, says annexation and zoning to RS7 for an easterly portion
That's what I'm reading.
of 18360 Madison Road. And then B is the other one.
That's what I'm reading.
So, but you were reading a little bit more than that, so I just want to make sure we stay right here with
Okay,
this.
that's
Is
fine.
that, does that,
That's
and then
okay.
is that clear from a procedural standpoint? Aaron, I think we're fine if we just stay right here with this.
Madam Mayor and Councilman Rodriguez, I think so, absolutely. If you read what's on the agenda, I believe that's what's being requested. I believe that's what the gentleman just spoke about, for clarity, that being the eastern portion of the single address that represents two parcels. I believe the record's clear on what portion would be annexed and zoned.
Thank you.
So.
So with that, Victor, I think you were in the midst of making a motion, is that correct?
That was the motion.
Good, so would you
think
like
we're
to
good.
restate your motion, but let's
Okay.
just pull
Public
directly
hearing's
off
still
the,
open.
I'm sorry?
I think the public hearing is still open.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot, thank you. Okay, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Randy, thank you. I
Sorry.
appreciate that. Okay, Victor, how about if we restate your motion, if that's,
I just want to make for the record that this is different than what I'm reading here in my packet. So they forgot out the word easternly. Yeah,
you said,
On page 571, Madam Mayor, I think that's what
Right.
Councilman Rodriguez is referring
was referring to?
in the
Okay.
packet. It does not say Eastern.
So our
Okay.
motion off of our agenda.
correct. So I'll be, go for approval for zoning map amendment from RS 8.5 to RS 7 between Madison Road and Franklin, south of East Spruce Street and north of Ustick Road. Also, annexation zoning to RS 7 for an easterly portion of 18360 Madison Road. And also annexation zoning to RS 7 for 0 Madison Road for Ridgeview Estate subdivision, period.
Second.
Thank you.
And this just discussion, I'm going to vote for this. This is fine, but I'm anything that's that has already annexed, which I realize this property is, but I am always concerned with enclave areas that we have a middle area there. That's not your property, sir. That's actually west, but I'm talking about the southern. That we have a sprawl here, and just I think most people are aware that I'm totally against sprawl as far as bringing in the city limits.
Is there any further discussion?
Mayor, I appreciate the fact that they're going through the process of rezoning, but when I see the end product is 300 and some lots for homes, the thing I'm automatically concerned about is public safety, and can we provide public safety to that area and adequate response time in our officers. And so with taking that into consideration, I will be voting against this.
Okay. Any further discussion from council? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
No.
Haverfield?
Yes.
And Skog?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rush, for setting up and clarifying that.
Item number 8.4, annexation and zoning to RS6 to connect the city irrigation service at 2121 Sunny Ridge Road for Doyle Fulks, representing Southern Idaho District Assemblies of God, and is our applicant present this evening?
My name is Pastor Rogelio Aguila. I'm the pastor of Sunny Ridge Assembly of God, representing the Southern Idaho District, 2121 Sunny Ridge Road, Nampa, Idaho. And we're just looking at getting annexed in. We want to be able to connect into the water for irrigation. This part of the property on this side, we have a ditch that runs through there, but there's very little water that runs through. So the property dries out very quick. And for activities or doing anything out there, it makes it very hard. So we wanted to look at getting annexed in to be able to connect into the city pressure for the irrigation, to be able to put sprinklers back there and make it look a little bit more nice. So that's the plans, and we are working with looking at putting a gazebo back there and doing some different things for outside activities and being able to do that.
That's wonderful, thank you. Randy?
Just for the record, I was approached by other members of their church to give them recommendation on what to do, and I steered them towards a structural engineer. But that was just all the conversation I had. So I have had some prior information on it, so I know what they're asking for. But I don't think I need to recuse myself. So just thought I'd put that out.
Thank you, Randy. Any further questions from our applicant? Okay, thank you. We may have you come back and we'll have a staff report. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Again, this is an annexation and zoning request to RS6. That's the same zone that exists surrounding this church, so it made sense to zone it in the same manner. And the applicant has explained the reason and need for the annexation. The church has existed there for some time, as long as I can remember, and it's always been a dry area. It looked pretty good in the spring, but after that it dried up. So that is a good reason for annexation. The Planning Commission did review this and is recommending support to you for this. The zoning that's being proposed conforms with the comp plan designation for medium-density residential, and there have been no indication of any opposition on behalf of any of the surrounding neighbors in terms of bringing this parcel into the city. We have listed in the staff report the recommended conditions of approval from the engineering division, and those relate to annexation into the municipal irrigation system, development, if any development or redevelopment of the site occurs, extension of the other utilities to and through the site as listed, granting access and facility easements for the city of Nampa and other utility jurisdictions for the operation and maintenance of their facilities within the site. And then there's also some discussion here on the right-of-way dedications that are required, as well as the abandonment of any existing domestic well or septic system and how that would take place. And I don't have any explanation for those conditions other than they're listed under the engineering recommended conditions of approval. With that, I think that is it. Any questions?
Seeing none, we'll move on to our public hearing. Thank you. This is a public hearing, and we actually have no one signed up in support of or against. So at this time, does the applicant have any further comments or anything that we need to know?
Just one second thing, Madam Mayor and Rogelio Aguila and 2121 Sunny Ridge Road. Also, another good reason for annexation into the city, we are currently underneath, county as far as the police. We've had our property broke into even on Christmas Eve, and sometimes police response time is about 35 to 45 minutes. And so a lot can happen in that time. So that is another reason also that we also did look at the importance of being annexed into the city.
Thank you for sharing that.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions from council for our applicant or staff before we close public hearing? Seeing none, I'd stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Council discussion and or motion?
Mayor, fellow council, I make a motion to annex and zone to RS6 to connect, for the purpose of connecting the city for irrigation service at 2121 Sunny Ridge Road for Doyle Folks representing Southern Idaho District Assemblies of God with the recommended conditions of approval.
Second?
Any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Brunner,
Yes.
Hogaboom,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Skog.
Yes.
Thank you. So moving on to 8.5 on the agenda. This is an amendment of Title 10, Chapter 3, Section 10.3.2 of the Nampa zoning ordinance, schedule of district land use controls for the commercial land use building occupancy type, allowing for liquor store package to be listed as a P, which is permitted use in the GB1 district for Deborah E. Nelson, representing Cameron S16 Retail LLC. Is the applicant here this evening? And thank you for stating your name and address and who you're representing.
Thank you, Mayor Kling, council members. My name is Jeff Bauer, 601 West Bannock, Boise, Idaho, here on behalf of the applicant, Cameron S16 Retail. And I also have with me Ben Persley, who's the manager of Cameron S16. I'm not Deborah Nelson. I am Jeff Bauer, as I stated, with Gibbons Persley. She was instrumental in filing our application, but I'm here on behalf of Cameron S16 tonight. With this application, Cameron S16 is seeking a zoning code amendment. I'll go into that in detail a little bit more here, but I'll give you a little background on Cameron S16. Cameron is the owner of a commercial retail center in Nampa known as the Ridgecrest Plaza. It's at Franklin Road and Idaho Center Boulevard at the northwest corner. It's made up of 2 commercial buildings, each one being approximately 10,000 square feet. And it is in the city's zoning district, which is GB1. Tonight, we are asking for the council to amend the schedule of uses in the GB1 zone to allow liquor store, packaging in the GB1 zone. Liquor store, packaging is a bit of an awkward phrase. We didn't come up with that. That's currently what your schedule of land uses not permits, but states as a use throughout the code in the commercial section. Currently in the GB1 zone, liquor store, packaging is not a permitted or conditional use. It's prohibited, notwithstanding that GB1 is a commercial district. To kind of break that down as a practical matter, really what we're asking for tonight is a zoning code amendment to permit an Idaho retail liquor store to operate in the GB1 zone. That's a standard liquor store that you'd see all around the state that's operated, designed, and run by the Idaho State Liquor Division. Currently, in the city of Nampa, there's only one district where liquor stores are permitted. That's Business Community District, and there are 2 districts where it's conditionally allowed. That's Light Industrial and Industrial Park. As staff has set out in the report, the council has the discretion to amend the code under section 10.2.3 subpart D of the code. An amendment is proper under the code where the council finds that it's reasonably necessary, it's in the public interest, and it comports with the comprehensive plan. In this case, we've submitted some written materials going through all of those criteria in depth. We'd submit to you that we meet all those criteria. In June, we did go before the P&Z for a recommendation on this application. P&Z recommended approval in connection with a staff report that also recommended approval at that time. After our hearing, the P&Z issued findings of fact and conclusions of law, again recommending that this council approve our zoning amendment. We are in favor of the commission's recommendation and have no objections to any conditions or facts therein. I'll briefly go through the criteria. I know there's a lot of people in the audience waiting to talk about other issues, but I wanted to make sure to lay them out so that if the council has any questions, you can ask them. So the first, reasonably necessary, we submitted again in writing that this amendment is reasonably necessary for a couple reasons. First, it'll increase the flexibility of commercial uses in your guys' GB1 zone. This is really important in this case, and it is necessary because the GB1 zone is your predominant commercial zone north of Interstate 84. So to the extent you want to make this a use that's easily accessible by citizens, we would submit that this amendment is reasonably necessary. Next, in the interest of the public. Again, it's in the interest of the public because it's going to provide a more diverse commercial use base in the GB1 district. It's also in the interest because this is a highly regulated use. Again, the state of Idaho not only operates these stores, but decides where they'll be located and how they will operate. So products sold, hours of operation, that sort of thing. And in connection with that, the city also gets a really stable long-term tenant in the space. That's great for other commercial businesses as well as the citizens. And lastly, there is a potential increase in allocations from the Idaho State Liquor Fund if this were to be approved. Idaho Code provides that a city gets its proportionate share of part of the liquor fund. So where the state of Idaho has determined that there's a need here, there are potentially additional sales to be made and additional revenue for the city. And lastly, we'd submit that it's in harmony with the comprehensive plan. There are many examples, but just to touch on a few, Transportation goals. Again, this being the only commercial district, or I should say the predominant commercial district north of the highway. This will further goals 19 and 22 of the comp plan by promoting local trips to commercial areas and cutting down on crosstown traffic. And it also supports Section 5.9 of the comp plan, which promotes a wide range of commercial services, goods and services in commercial zones. And in conclusion, again, we believe we meet all of the proposed amendment criteria. The GB1 zone is designed as a flexible commercial district. And with that, I'll stand for any questions. And if I have any questions that I can't answer, or you want to talk to Mr. Pursley, he's also available. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council at this time?
Just
Randy?
one. Do you have a specific location in mind? Is it listed here? Is it the 5840 and 5810 East Franklin Road location?
Mayor Kling, council member, our application doesn't pertain to any specific location. So no, it's just the amendment would globally cover all of the GB1 zones throughout the city. We have had preliminary negotiations with the state of Idaho about that specific location for a store.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Staff report.
Again, this is an amendment to the zoning land use control table that would allow, the reason it says liquor store package, it's actually package liquor store is the proper statement of it. That's why it sounds better when you say package liquor store. I don't know why it was reversed in the ordinance that way, but so this would put a P in that chart on that land use table under the GB1 zone, which would indicate that it would be a permitted use. The map shows the GB1 zone area, and it's a little bit hard to see. Basically, it's all this area. Zone GB1. That's the only area in the city of Nampa that is zoned GB1 in it, and it is in northeast Nampa. It's not in downtown, but it is in northeast Nampa. And my understanding, I did a little research on this to find a little more about what these stores are all about, and I listed that in the staff report. In Idaho, they're one of 17 states known as controlled jurisdictions, where they're also one of 12 jurisdictions nationally which exercise control over retail sales for off-premise consumption through government-operated package stores. So that's what these are, is government-operated package stores. They're not bars necessarily. The people show up and they purchase and consume somewhere else, wherever that may be, I guess. And I guess the question here is, apparently the state of Idaho is seeking a RFP to locate a store, as I understood in talking with their chief deputy director, within 1/2 mile of the Garrity interchange. And that's why they, so they've sent out an RFP, and this is one entity that's requested the location of a store in that area. So the question is, it does create another area where a liquor store could be placed, a packaged liquor store. And certainly that has its pros and cons. And I guess that's up to the council to determine whether you want another area in Nampa where that's available. Another option that the council could consider is requiring a conditional use permit rather than making it permitted use. That's not what the applicant has requested. They've requested a permitted use. But that is another option. In talking with the director, deputy chief director, he explained that basically they decide where they want to put these liquor stores because they're in the interest of the state, and so they've decided they want one here. They may decide at some point in the future they want one somewhere else, and so, and I just mentioned that there really is no limit in terms of the state being able to request the location of these stores, good or bad, you know, depending on what your opinion would be. They make them available for the retail sale of these products, and they determine apparently where they'd like to see the store, and they try to get a use established at the location they'd like to see them, and that's why this, as I understand it, why this request is being made. There are currently 3 liquor stores within the city limits of Nampa. One's on North Marketplace Boulevard, Zone BC, one's on Caldwell Boulevard, Zone BC, and one's on 12th Avenue Road, Zone BC. So they're all 3 that's in the city limits of Nampa are currently in BC zones. There is a BC zone on the south side of the interstate in the Gateway Business Center area there that would fall within that jurisdictional area that's in an existing BC zone. And I'm not here to promote the location of where these are going, but there is available BC zoning south of the interstate within that half mile or quarter mile that they were seeking that RFP. And that being said, that's just a little bit of additional insight, I guess, into how these things are positioned. Any questions?
Madam Mayor, if I may, just a quick question, Norm. I think I know the answer to this. So the state is advocating they would like to have one in this zone, in this area, but they do not override what the city of Nampa decides.
That's right.
Okay, thanks.
That's right.
Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you. Norm, so a few questions, hopefully that you're the one able to answer, but I need to go back to the map to make sure I understand correctly. So that pink area where it says East Franklin Road, is that McDermott, and going west, that is already GB1?
That's already all of this area.
And so all we're doing would be putting the P on there, correct?
Right, making it a permitted use in that area.
Okay, because in my mind, I'm trying to figure out if it's already a GP1, we're just adding a P, so I'm not sure exactly how it's a real benefit to Nampa.
Yeah, basically you're saying within that area, this use would be a permitted use under the zoning ordinance.
Okay, and follow up, please. If you would know, I'm kind of going through this in my mind, that it's because it's located a half mile from the interchange. Do you know what the thinking is on that?
I don't know. That's what I was told, that that's where the state is looking for one of these locations.
And then, so kind of follow up on what Councilman Bruner said. So the state selects sites, but as far as a council, we need to approve that. And I can see why the state would desire to do that, because they receive the revenue off of that as well. But if we were to approve the zone change, and then the state were to come forward with wanting to build the liquor store, is that something that would only be approved at the P&Z level, or would that have to come forward to the council for final approval?
I don't understand the question. First of all, the state doesn't build the stores. I believe that the owner of the property builds the building and leases the property to the state for the operation of the store, and they operate the store.
Okay. So my question is, hopefully I understood this correctly. This is for a zone change?
No.
No.
Just a change in the land use table that would permit that use in that zone.
Okay, so it would change that, but then when the applicant would want to come forward and actually build,
There would be no public hearing or anything on the location as a permitted use.
and the store would just be built?
They'd have to get a building permit and go through the process of building.
And it would not come back forward to us?
And this may be in an existing building, so it may not involve a building permit.
Thank you.
Just, Mayor, Council, Norm, just a question. I'm looking kind of at this area, and I understand Councilman Haverfield asked about the addresses, and I understand that it could be anywhere within the entire lot. Is that correct?
Within that zoned area.
Yeah,
the
within that
GP1
zoned area, which,
The applicant that has brought this forward to you owns property in that area.
yes,
And that is one of the locations the state is entertaining, I guess.
Yeah, and so within that same area, there's hotels, correct? Or am I looking at the same area? Yeah, the Idaho Center. And the hotels, they serve alcohol to be consumed on-site?
I don't know about that, I assume so.
Oh, okay. The Walmart across the street serves alcohol, right, to be consumed off-site?
Beer and wine.
And that's within, that Walmart doesn't serve alcohol?
Beer and wine.
They
Yeah,
don't-
beer and wine.
They don't serve it.
They don't serve it,
sell
they
Yeah,
sell
they
it.
sell it, yeah.
Yeah.
They-
Splitting hairs.
Yeah.
I'd like to see that.
Well, Walmart does have a reputation, but just to be, but that's permitted, the alcohol within, if something's zoned commercial already, Walmart, something else builds, not a state liquor store, to be clear, they just, they get a license to sell alcohol on the premises.
I don't know if they can sell the same items that a packaged liquor store can sell.
They
Okay.
cannot. There's a distinct difference
right.
between a liquor license and the license to sell beer and wine.
Mhm.
So it's very different.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And then I guess one last comment, this is also right in, around the College of Western Idaho, where they're located. So this is a public hearing, and Norm will come back with any further questions, so thank you. This is a public hearing. We did not have anyone signed up in support of. We did have 2 people that signed up to oppose, which was Deborah Wedevin and Tom Wedevin. Do you have any further comments, or did your comments earlier? Okay.
2001 South Palomar Court. I'm ignorant, so is this a partnership between the state government and a land owner? Is that right?
So the question, just for the sake of those that could not hear that question, was the question from Mr. Wedevin was this a partnership between the state and the property owner? And the applicant is right here, so,
I can answer that question.
okay.
Sir, if you want to come back forward. It's a lease arrangement. They're a tenant in a building. It's basically what they're looking for is the opportunity to occupy a building to sell alcohol. So it's a building that would be built in the GB1 zone.
Okay, what does the state have? Oh, it's just
It's with the state. They're the tenant that would be in the building.
okay, and they, what role do they have in it? What if they say, no, we don't want to do this?
Then they aren't a tenant.
It won't happen.
Correct.
That's all I want.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else that would like to speak on behalf, in support of, or opposing this particular item this evening? Okay, seeing none. I guess this is an opportunity for the applicant to come back with any final comments, if you have any.
Thank you, Mayor Kling, Council. Just a couple quick things, and then it sounds like there might be a couple more questions I could address. There was an RFP issued by the State Department of Administration. So they work with all of the state agencies to put contracts out for bid, identify locations, that sort of thing. So basically the way it works is a study is done, and the state liquor dispensary decides where there's a void in coverage for the distribution of alcohol in the state of Idaho. And with that study, then they go to the Department of Administration, who goes and seeks out locations within those identified areas. Staff's report and just now testimony did indicate another possibility would be to make this not a P permitted use, but a C conditional use. So we are advocating for a P permitted use, which means that if the state does agree and they select our location, we would not need to come back before this commission for any land use approval. There may be building permits in conjunction with that based on the level of tenant improvements. again, we're advocating for a P, not a C, and I think that the P is consistent with the code. It is a commercial zone, it's GB1, and it's designed, according to the code, to provide a flexible commercial retail space, which this is. This isn't a location where people consume any alcohol. It's a place where people purchase alcohol to be consumed off-site. If you look at the code, and specifically the commercial land use table in the GB1 zone, there are very few conditional commercial uses in GB1. They are, for instance, a community shopping center and neighborhood shopping center. These are huge, intensive uses that have impacts on neighbors. They're your Walmarts, that sort of thing. We aren't that. We're a small store, approximately 6,000 feet, I believe the request for proposal asked for. We're very similar to other commercial stores that are P permitted in the zone. Pharmaceutical supply business is one. Drugstore is one. Grocery store is another one. So again, we would submit that P permitted is the right avenue here. Lastly, as to how they select their location, there's a lot of factors, but I can tell you what a few are. They look at open area with rooftops coming, basically development where they believe they need a store to serve the growth that's coming. There are 3 stores in the city. I believe the last new store was 2006, so 12 years ago. So we have a lot more people than we did in 2006. And lastly, I'll just say, as to the Walmart, the mayor was correct. They only sell beer and wine. This would be a different product that is not represented in the GB1 zone, and that is liquor. Thank you.
Are there any further questions at this time?
Mayor? Thank you, Jeff. So I'm curious still about the half mile from the interchange. Why is that an important feature?
So again, it has to do with the rooftops, like I discussed. So the growth to the north. They also really like to see large anchor stores. So that would be the Walmart, sort of a center of commercial activity where they can capture local trips that are already occurring. People don't have to go out of their way and create more traffic for their store to the liquor store, which Idaho requires be a separate establishment. And you know, it being there, it's a great transportation corridor. So that's why.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Are there any other further questions?
A question for Vicky. Is that a permitted open hearing? It was mentioned that there's revenue that, your eyes went up, okay. The revenue, so there's 3 liquor stores. I'm just curious off the top of your head what revenue is generated for the city and how that works. Is it in lieu of shared revenue? Okay.
Mayor and council, it is a part of the state shared revenue.
Yeah.
I think it's about $700,000 at the present time.
Okay, all right.
Any other further questions? Okay, hearing none. I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
Thank you.
So, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, council discussion and/or motion.
You gotta go.
And Bruce looks like he's
Oh, I
Bruce is
disappointed
ready.
that. I'm a vandal, U of I suppose it's by University of Idaho, this be a necessity. By College of Western Idaho, I'm not so sure. I'm not so persuaded that we need a 4th, opening for a 4th liquor store at this time, or that it's reasonably necessary, or that it's in the public interest, certainly. And I'm listening to the people that talked here tonight, so that's my thoughts.
I will make a motion to deny the request.
I'll second that.
Comment. If you look at bar, nightclub, cocktail lounge, that's a permitted use in the GB1 zone. So you're denying the sale of alcohol in the same zone, but you're going to allow a bar and nightclub, which is where the behavior happens. So I won't support your motion. I think that at worst, I think a conditional use would be acceptable because of the proximity to the university and that large of an area. There could even be a church in there. So giving a broad casting out and say that you could be anywhere in the zone, I couldn't support that. So that's why I asked for the address. But as a conditional use, I think that it would be acceptable, because then it would come back before this commission with a location specific. So I would support that, but I don't think that, with the difference between one and the other, I mean, you're not going to allow the sale of a bottled product, but you're going to allow the behavior in a bar or nightclub in the same zone.
Yeah, Councilman Haver, we can discuss it later. I think there's a lot of things going on, but I don't agree with your argument, so.
Okay.
Well, I think that just giving carte blanche to and changing our ordinance is where I'm coming from, more than anything. So that's where I stand on that issue. I'll continue to agree with Councilman Brunner.
And I would like to say, part of alcohol training for anyone serving is there is a requirement to follow the rules related to over-serving. When you sell a product that leaves that property, there is no regulatory oversight to overconsumption. And this is, and as mayor, I am going to voice my opinion, this is a school zone. This is College of Western Idaho.
Right.
And within an established location, there are requirements, and there's training that goes into serving an overconsumption. So within a state liquor store, that is not part of the process.
Okay. Again, back to my point, if you drop down, other zones have the same use as a conditional use, but in this case, it just seems like you're allowing something, but you're not allowing the same thing. But if we were going to clean up the code, we might want to go back and look at the zoning code on those other bars and nightclubs then, as far as being permitted uses and not a conditional use or not permitted at all. So it just seems odd.
Mayor, council, I think I agree with some of Councilman Haverfield's expressed sentiments as far as consistency. To purchase and take off-site, I understand the mayor, you expressed that there's some potential downside of that, but the behavior, DUIs and whatnot occur from people mostly consuming alcohol at a place of alcohol and driving home. It can also happen from people consuming at home, driving somewhere else beyond. But again, it's already generally, I mean, it's just alcohol alone is permitted within the state itself, and I see other businesses, as was mentioned by Councilman Haverfield, where it's going on. So as far as trying to maintain some sense of rule of law, I would also, I think, support something like a conditional use permit just because of a more exact location that we would have say over. If I see correctly, CWI didn't have a problem with this, but I don't know if they were notified because a location isn't specified, whereas if there is a location within so many feet, like there was, I think, with the Soda Stop, I believe the Soda Stop serves alcohol, which is directly across the street from CWI. Actually, it's even closer to a...
Beer and wine, they do not
Yes,
serve
I know.
alcohol.
Beer and wine, but on site, right next to the administrative building for CWI, and I believe we passed that unanimously and didn't have any concerns. CWI didn't have any concerns. Planning and zoning, I didn't see a single dissenting vote on the matter that's brought before us tonight here. So again, I won't support the motion as it was stated. I hope to be able to maybe support some other type of motion.
Okay, so right now we have a motion on the floor. It's been moved that we deny the request, and it has been seconded. This is during the discussion phase. So unless there's further discussion, we will do a roll call vote based on the motion on the floor. Is there any further discussion? Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Bruner?
I'm denying, yes to my motion, yes.
To deny, yes.
No.
I got confused too.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
No.
And Scott?
Yes.
So that is a 4-2 vote, I believe, and that is saying yes to the denial of the request for the zoning change. So that concludes that public hearing, and now we have, I believe, one last public hearing, and that is 8.6 on the agenda. This is a lengthy one, and so this is the de-annexation or annexation of the following portions of various street right-of-ways to clean up roadway annexations for the city of Nampa and highway districts And there's a long list of them. So which staff member is going to speak to this evening? Okay, so, and Norm, as whoever wants to speak to this and present this evening, this is a public hearing, and we've got a number of properties that fall within this, and so I think I did not ask this question earlier today, but I'm curious how we want to proceed through this particular. I see a raised hand from Michael Fuse. So Michael, how do we easily move through this?
Make a quick motion.
It's
You
almost,
know-
the entire alphabet is almost represented in
Yeah.
subpoints. We go all the way to Q, A through Q.
I'm trying to,
And there is, I will say, there is no one signed up in support of or to oppose this.
Good.
well, then let me give you a quick answer of what's going on, if you don't mind.
I would love that.
So what this is, we presented to the council some time ago an agreement between the city of Nampa and the Nampa Highway District on, I'm trying to find my notes, but on how we handle maintenance and annexation and de-annexations between the two entities. In that agreement, we agreed to come together approximately once a year and say, okay, let's, things happen throughout the year. You have subdivisions that come in and annex, and we typically accept right-of-way, and then there's other activities that happen, and there's annexations. And so what this does is, in accordance with our agreement, if there's approximately 50 plus 1%, if it's over 51% of the road is in the highway district at the time, then, and we've got a little bit annexed into the city, we de-annex it. And if it's more than 50% is already in the city, we annex some more, the rest of the right-of-way to make some straight roads and clean up the maintenance. Primarily, the reason that this happens, a couple of reasons. We had always said it's either all in or all out in the highway districts. What happens is we're annexing, portions of the right-of-way all the time. With every subdivision, there's already 25 feet in the city or county, and then you take on another 15 to 20 feet for the additional road that we all request to be annexed. So then it creates this little piece of property. The other thing that happens is 2 or 3 start getting connected together, and if the adjacent property is all in the city should probably maintain and take that right of way. It also helps out with future permitting. So customers that come to the counter want to come to one entity and not 2 entities to get a right of way permit. Because we had in not too distant past a permit that would be, since the center of the road was owned by the Nampa Highway District and the edge of the road was owned by the city of Nampa, in order to get to someone's subdivision, they had to get a permit from the highway district and a permit from the city just so that they could build a new driveway. And that became quite cumbersome. So this is our once a year, whole bunch of places all over the city, annexing and de-annexing to clean it up with the highway district. That's why we're here.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Michael?
Mayor Kling, I have one. This is confusing as heck. So when I read over them, I read it twice. Are there any of these in a new development that usually would be covered by the developers?
Mayor, Councilor Rodriguez, this is just road right-of-way. So there's no private property in any of this. It's
Okay.
either already owned by the highway district or owned in the highway district, or it's already in the city. And the
Okay.
proposal is to go vice versa.
I'm glad. Thank you.
Okay, that said, this is a public hearing and there is no one signed up in favor of or opposing the annexation or de-annexation. Is there anyone here that had intended to speak on behalf of this issue? Seeing none, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Council discussion.
Mayor Kling, I'll go ahead and make the motion to allow the de-annexation or annexation of the items listed A through Q in our staff report as presented.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Brunner,
Yes.
Pogaboo,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
and Scott.
Yes.
That concludes the portion of our agenda that is a public hearing, or that includes public hearings, and at this time, we will move to staff communications. Michael Fuse, staff report.
Mayor and council. Seems like it's been a lot of long staff reports. This is an even longer one. I don't know how many pages, but it's a bunch. So, and we have 2 additional items that were left in front of the bench that was delivered today because things continue to move forward. So first of all, update, some positive news. Let's start off positive. Our street division chip sealing is done. It's been fog sealed, striping's going on. In fact, we should have the thermoplastics done this week. So crews did a great job. Seen significant cost savings due to some training that we've done, or sent some crews off training last year. We've working on a report that we come back in the future on some significant improvements. I think it warrants some attaboys with some of the crews. They've done good. We probably saved our cleanup by about a week. And if you had a chance to drive through it all last week, often we get some complaints after chip sealing, some gravel on the sidewalks, and they look pretty clean to me. So big change. Garrity, one of the things that we wanted to report back was the Garrity interchange water main repair and what happened and the results. So I've included in your packet. The final results for all of that is $224,962.37. As you recall, we declared an emergency on Friday, June 1st. We had a bunch of folks stepped up, contractors, engineers, a bunch. We got it done in very short order. Now it's time to pay the bill. We've paid the bills, and so we'll be back. Since it's not in the budget this year, we'll be in the budget amendment, just so that you know. Certainly have some additional information if you wish. At the last council meeting, Councilor Haverfield, I think, asked about the 2nd Street water main break, and so it was a great opportunity to provide some input. Appreciate the question, because we did have a water main break on 2nd Street. You've got a picture of a piece of pipe in your packet. Public needs to see that. Quickly, show that quick. If you can see, this is the bottom of the pipe. And it's completely thin. The tricky part is it's on 2nd Street on the side of a brand new paved 11th Avenue. So further investigation, we cut this pipe. I observed it's about 8 feet long of the chunk. One of the chunks they cut out. One end is fairly new, and the other end it's completely rotted out. So we are moving forward with the project in the first of the fiscal year. If the funding's approved for the water budget, we're going to shift the project and replace everything under 11th before we have any major problems. We also have our wastewater program phase 1 upgrades. So construction update. Group A, moving right along. We're well ahead of schedule. We're about 97% complete. Kind of the most important things. We've completed, we're final completion and commissioning for aeration basin 3. That's the big workhorse that does the phosphorus treatment. That should be going this week. We are installing the completion of the final primary effluent pump station number 4. This was a change order in the project. It increases capacity at the plant. We identified the need for capacity in our facility plan, already had a project. And then the contractor is going to clean these 2 things up and move on to the next project. We also have Group B under construction. It's not quite far as long. It's 63% complete. And certainly if you have any questions, got a lot of folks here that can answer a lot more than I have. But continuing on the solids handling, it's well underway at this point. Still doing some building improvements, paving, site improvements, and then you can see a picture of our starting to finish up on the interior of the building. So we're still waiting for a major piece of equipment that's expected to come around the first of the year, I believe. And then once that gets cleaned up, then that's kind of it. It's kind of a building built around 2 major pieces of equipment, one of which is waiting to be shipped from overseas. Other project, let's see, other updates, more to go. Okay, another good informational, we're getting started on our wastewater design review committee. We'd like at February 20th public hearing, the council asked that we create this group. We've had our first preliminary meeting, something Nate's putting together. He's going to be leading the effort for this. And then the committee brings stakeholders into the design process. We're working on a process of how they can be involved. We anticipate the committee to consist of 7 members, 3 industrial customers, and we've got those identified, 2 citizens, Larry Olmsted and Carol. Carol testified earlier today, and 2 council members. So that's one of the requests we have. Be thinking about who would like to be a member of the wastewater design review committee, because we know that's another activity that we all are looking forward to be a part of. So as soon as you have an opportunity, let me know, and we'll get you on the list. Everybody's here today, so there wasn't an easy vote for that one. Just saying.
That's right.
So also, I think, and why is it not this one? We have a delivery dashboard that's included in your packet. From engineering, that's one of the things that they have been providing along the way. I'm trying to see if I can get the graphic here. We're 90. Oh my gosh, fix it. So we are today. The team is. The goal is 100% constructed in a fiscal year. I think they're doing a pretty good job. They're 97% designed, 88% awarded, and 50% completed construction through the 3rd quarter. So they're moving right along about on pace where they were last year. Got a great design team, project management team, so opportunity to get the pictures. And there's the folks that are out there doing the tough work that are out there every single day. A great team. Tom's got a good team going there. So that is that portion. You also have 2 additional items that should have been put in front of you. The first of which is we have a letter agreement. Something was actually executed today. Got to give Daniel a whole lot of credit. NNU is building a new competitive, collegiate level competitive soccer field on its facility. It's in the process. They want to get it in place, I think, for next season, I believe. They're trying to get rolling. But under that soccer field has a water main that's scheduled for replacement next year. So we thought it's kind of important not to dig that up after they built the new soccer field. So Daniel's been working with them. It's scheduled for next year's replacement. There's a letter agreement that you have a copy of where essentially the agreement is NNU will, city's going to allow the abandonment of that pipe so that we don't dig up the new soccer field. NNU's agreed to negotiate some reasonable costs to pay for the difference of, instead of under the soccer field, out into a new right-of-way and around the facility. City would pay its construction as it's anticipated next fiscal year. Considering time is of the essence, we have it on a letter agreement at this time where we anticipate bringing forward a memorandum of understanding in the near future so council can see all the details and they can complete the negotiations. So just while it's something that's in place, in case there's a major objection, we can stop that and move forward some elsewhere. Now, probably the thing that impacts folks more, I showed you a picture of a water main in 2nd Street earlier. I don't know if I have this picture. This is a picture. This is news found out last week. Let's see, as of Thursday, so just late last week, in the downtown project on 2nd Street, they were, part of the project is replacing valves in the system. When they cut one of the valves in, they found this piece of pipe, which is supposed to be about, let's see, about a half-inch thick. It's an old cast iron pipe. It's about a 1/4 inch thick right now. So before we put a new road over a failing old pipe, we've been moving, the engineering team and a whole bunch have been working with the contractor to get that replaced. The difficulty is we have about 600 feet of pipe that's been identified in pretty poor shape. We're working forward with the contractor. The estimated cost is about $100,000 to $125,000. In the interest of time is of the essence, we've authorized the contractor to move forward. We'll be developing a final change order to bring that back to the council. But it's prudent that we fix the pipe before it's under a new pavement, so that we have, or not be back and they're digging it up in the near future if we have a major break. It's one of those things, you evaluate them with the information you have before design. Pipe had looked good in other places, but it looks like this is a bad section. The conditions could be aggressive soils in some parts of town. We do see that. We don't see it very often. The old cast pipe's probably 50 to, they estimate this to be 50 to 60 years old. Should still be fine. Some areas it looks really good. In this particular area, it's starting to get real thin, and something needs to be replaced while we're at it. The difficult part is it may add 2 to 3 weeks delay. We're asking the contractor, the city's actually going to provide the pipe. We have a stockpile of pipe, so we don't have to wait for ordering of parts and pieces. And now it's just getting the contractor, the same contractor that's replacing the valves is who we're asking to lay the pipe, so it's in their wheelhouse what to do. So staff will be communicating this with the downtown folks to make sure they understand what's going on. And again, we're trying to do that as soon as possible. So kind of late break-in Thursday, have a solution, should be hopefully under construction this week.
Michael, thank you for your
Yeah.
report. Council, do you have any questions for Michael? Good job, thank you. Okay, with that, we're going to move to our unfinished business, and the first item on the agenda is Action 4.1. This is an action item. This is the revised resolution for Republic Services recycling fee increase. The last council meeting, we did have a vote to approve the increase of $1.25. Our resolution has been rewritten and resubmitted as was included in your packet. Are there any questions regarding the resolution or the process? And if not, I would stand for a motion to approve the resolution as submitted in our packet.
I'll make
So-
that motion, or you want to do that?
Go ahead, I'll second.
I'll make the motion, Mayor, that we accept the resolution as written.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Bruner?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
Action item number 4.2 is a resolution for a comprehensive plan future land use map amendment from light industrial to high density residential at 1010 Southside Boulevard for Mason and Associates, representing Mark Sparrow, and the public hearing on this was on April 16th, 2016. And I don't have any note on here to request to pass under suspension of rules, and do you have the resolution that you would like to read?
Okay.
Thank you.
Resolution pursuant to Idaho Code 67-6509C, adopting amendments to the map component of the comprehensive plan for the city of Nampa, Idaho, and Idaho Municipal Corporation.
Mayor?
Yes.
I would like to disclose that on item 4.2 and 4.3, the public hearing was held on April 16th as indicated, but I just need to disclose that Mark Sparrow generously allowed me to use his car in the Parade America, but the vote was before I even knew who he was, but I just want to disclose that.
Is that the car that heated up and you couldn't continue it?
You bet, but it was a beautiful one.
It
It was the
Cadillac
best.
convertible.
That was
Yeah,
nice,
yeah.
though.
I got the hookup, guys.
Thank you, Sandy. So I would stand for a motion to approve the resolution as it was read.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? It's been moved and seconded. Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Bruner?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
Action item number 4.3 on the agenda is the first reading of ordinance for annexation and zoning to RML at 1010 Southside Boulevard for Mason and Associates, representing Mark Sparrow, and there is a request to pass under suspension of rules. Go ahead.
An ordinance determining that certain lands commonly known as 1010 Southside Boulevard, Nampa, Idaho, comprising approximately 12.97 acres, more or less, lay contiguous to the city limits of the city of Nampa, County of Canyon, State of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed into the city of Nampa, Idaho, as part of the RML zone, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be a part of the city of Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, directing the city engineer and planning and zoning director to add said property to the official maps of the city of Nampa, Idaho, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, providing an effective date, and directing the clerk of the City of Nampa to file a certified copy of the ordinance and the map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215.
Thank you. So I would stand for a motion to approve under suspension of rules.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? And roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Hogaboom.
Yes.
Levi.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
And Skog.
Yes.
Action item 4.4 is the first reading of ordinance for annexation and zoning to IL for industrial development at 16764 and 16914 Northside Boulevard and 8707 Cherry Lane for Kent Brown representing Volante Investments, LLLP. And this public hearing was on June 4th, 2018, and there is a request to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance determining that certain lands commonly known as 16764 and 16914 Northside Boulevard and 8707 Cherry Lane, Nampa, Idaho, comprising approximately 75.61 acres, more or less, lay contiguous to the city limits of the City of Nampa, County of Canyon, State of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed into the City of Nampa, Idaho as part of the IL zone, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be a part of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho. Directing the city engineer and planning and zoning director to add said property to the official maps of the City of Nampa, Idaho, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, providing an effective date, and directing the clerk of the City of Nampa to file a certified copy of the ordinance and map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Commission, State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215.
Thank you, and I would stand for a motion.
Make a motion to pass the preceding ordinance as written under suspension of rules.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Hogaboom.
Yes.
Levi.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Scott.
So excuse me. So item number 4.5 is an action item, and this is a decision on the Nampa Water Tower, as was brought forth, my goodness, I can't remember how many weeks ago that was, maybe 2 council meetings ago. And at the time, we asked for the opportunity to survey our public for their input. And as you all see from the responses that have come back from the survey, there has been an obvious decision, but or recommendation. Michael, would you like to speak to this evening?
Certainly. Mayor and Council, you have the reports of those. Have it.
Thank you for putting it up for everyone to see.
This is the results of the Survey Monkey survey. You have a copy in front of you. It's 57.89% or 455 responses say demolish. 207 folks at 26.34% said abandon in place, preserves the tank but will not be used. Paint it, make it look good, leave it there. And 124 folks, 15.78% said rehab it, upgrade the tank, leave it there, essentially leave it there, rehab it, use 500,000 gallons there, build another 1 million gallon tank somewhere else. So, here for a question, if you recall, this was presented on June 18th, so almost a month ago. And staff at that time recommended demolish the existing elevated tank and replace it with 1.5 million gallon tank at the same location. So, still looking for, I could go through the write-up from before. As you know, it's time, the elevated tank needs of the water system exceed that of the 500,000 gallon tank, so we gotta do something. Whatever that is, let me know and we'll take care of it.
Madam Mayor, I'll make the motion. I think the public has spoke. I think it was very wise to put it out there, but with about a 58%, I will make the motion that we do demolish the existing tank and construct a new 1.5 million gallon tank at the same site. And my main reasoning is cost to the citizens of Nampa. Thanks.
Was that a motion?
Yes.
Also, okay.
Second.
Any further discussion?
Comment I would make is, when we look at a city like ours that doesn't have a lot of vertical elements in it, that you can gauge where you're at any one point in time, that water tower is an icon that you know where you're at by virtue of it. And you'll be losing that by taking it down. I'm old school, and like campus planning on NNU, we've created some vertical markers on campus that allows the people walking to know where they're at any one point in time. So it will be missed.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree.
If you're on the ninth hole, the Centennial, that's where the flag is.
Well, that's where your ball
Yes,
normally
sir.
gravitates to, isn't it?
Yes, sir, that's what it is. But I also feel that, I hate to see it go, I really do, but I wish we could do something with it. But I'm going to follow what the people say hesitantly, but yeah, it's quite a thing to see when you come to Nampa.
I will make one other statement, though, too, is my wife and I, because she wanted to visit Magnolia, we went to Waco, and outside of Waco, there's a water tank like that that's imploded on itself that's still standing in place. So they haven't gone to the extra effort to take it down, and it looks pretty bad. Looks like the Death Star has died.
Well, there were a couple of comments I found amusing. One was to paint it like a UFO. They were convinced that would bring in tourist money. I'm not so convinced, but. And the other was convince Dunkin' Donuts to paint it like a donut with sprinkles on it.
Ooh, that's
But it
good.
has to have the sprinkles or else it would look like a hamburger bun and it would generate revenue. I don't know what the feasibility is on that, but there was some amusing feedback from the public, so
Great.
it was good.
Sandy?
Mayor, thank you. I would like to thank the staff for going ahead and doing the survey. Thank you, Amy, for the part you played. I believe we did the right thing by allowing our community to give us some feedback. And I agree, I will miss having that icon, because when people would come in from out of town, we would tell them, if you're at the water tower, you're in the right place. On the other hand, a question perhaps maybe for staff with the new water tank, if that's the direction we take, will there be a design as far as the logo, what it's going to look like? Because that's pretty important to our citizens, especially those who are voting in favor of at least keeping it or the appearance of it.
So, Mayor and Councilor Levi, it's not built yet. You can put lots of different things, but it's not going to be as tall. Keep in mind, we have a reservoir south of town, about 3 million gallons. It's down by the Nampa Highway District, big gray tank. So if there's some ideas, this would be half that size. It'll be a ground level tank. It's not going to be as large, but often we hear both sides. We want it to make it disappear into the landscape, or we want to make it something. So certainly we could take any kind of direction, however you like it. If you like it painted a different color, or whatever. It'll cost generally at that point when a new tank's not a whole lot different.
And follow up? How long is a tank projected to last?
I would guess 50 years is my best guess. I mean, the other one's been there not that long, so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we've had I just lost track. We were in the discussion phase. We've had a motion and a second and discussion. If there's no further discussion, my understanding is this is an all in favor versus a roll call. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so all in favor say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? Okay. I think, you know what, one thing I have to say on this is that I appreciate the feedback of our citizens. And I've enjoyed seeing their responses. It's been enlightening. It's been actually very endearing, because we've had a lot of amazing comments about the water tower as an icon or not. I mean, it's been very interesting, and I hope to continue to do this where we give our citizens opportunity for input. So, okay, so item number 5 on the agenda is just strictly pending ordinances that are postponed due to lack of supporting documentation, and as we all know, they are there just for our informational purposes. We are now moving to new business, and the first action item 6.1 is a decision to change the city council start time. And Aaron, I believe the information that you sent forth, you're welcome to speak to that it does not require a resolution or ordinance.
Madam Mayor, that's correct. The action in a sense, it's required prior to the adjustment to the schedule would simply be posting. It'd be a posting action. So tonight, you can make the decision. The legal step, if you will occur by a new posting for the regular meetings for the remainder of up to a year from now, which the staff will handle based on your recommendation.
Okay. So is there any discussion? We did have discussion previously. Randy, do I see a thought?
Well, I was wondering, are we talking about starting at 5:30?
6.
6.
6 a.m.
Sorry.
And
6.
6, and
I guess we
then,
should be clear here at 6.
Yeah, I'm in favor of 6 a.m. actually.
6 p.m. following our typical schedule.
you missed the vote. And then, public hearings to start at 6:30, is that what we're thinking?
7.
7 still,
Mhm.
Sounds good to me.
okay?
As long as I can bring my dinner once in a while. Is that all right?
Sure.
Yes, we're good.
So are we making a motion?
This would be a motion. It's not a public hearing. I would love to get feedback from everybody sitting out there, but it isn't an official public hearing. But you know what I would encourage would be those, if there's any concern from the public that you would let us know. But at this point, I would stand for a motion.
I will make a motion that city council meeting begins at 6 p.m. with public hearing remaining at 7 p.m. So there would be no change in that, effective next August 6th council meeting.
So I'll second the motion, and then state that we'll be able to go ahead and go through a lot of these other finished, or new business, unfinished, that stuff in advance of a public hearing.
Right.
That'd be great.
Yeah, it would.
I'm glad I seconded the motion.
It's gonna be time you
I
smile.
think we are too, Randy. Good for you. That's great.
So discussion, we're good for August 6th, so we don't need to give any more forward notice than that?
Madam Mayor, Councilman Bruner, the requirement is, without reviewing my notes, I know I sent this to the mayor in an email, I believe 5 days or 7 days notice for posting. Normally you have a much shorter period for special meetings, for example. To give notice for up to a year of regular meetings, it's slightly longer, and I believe we have an extra week
We
this
do.
month. We should have plenty of time, as long as we jump on that right away, to post that. I didn't have a question, I had a question from the clerk's office that I'm sure we can sort out, but this can cover up till whenever we do our normal annual posting, and we'll just continue that unless council changes direction by then.
Perfect. So we will ensure that the website is updated, and from a social media standpoint, communications manager is here. We will Nextdoor it, Facebook it. It will be posted, and we'll move from there. And Aaron's here with the Idaho Press Tribune, and maybe we'll even get a story, and we'll help get the word out. Maybe. Yeah, just a chance. Yeah. So thank you for helping us spread the word that we're going to move to 6. Okay, so now we're moving on to action item 6.2 on the agenda, and
There's
that.
no vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. Man, I'm just ready to move on through. Excuse me.
And that was 6 p.m. again, just to be
6
clear,
p.m.
6
My
p.m.
second.
And this is an all in favor.
Yes.
Yes, so all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Thank you for keeping me in line here. I'm skipping, pushing it through here. Okay, so the next item on our agenda, 6.2 on the agenda, is a resolution adopting the proposed changes to Section 103 Utility Reimbursement Policy of the Engineering Process and Policy Manual. Michael. Daniel Badger. Welcome, Daniel.
I was going to move, Daniel, but since you've been waiting so long.
Yeah. He's wearing a tie.
We can move now.
Mayor and council, last year we adopted a new reimbursement policy to allow developers to recoup some of their costs for oversized infrastructure that the city requires them to install. With one of our, the third application we received a request to change the manner in which we calculate the fee that they can collect back. The standard policy has us look at the entire area that is benefited from a improvement. In the case of the one that was the Timberlake development, which made the application. You can see the full benefit area is very, very large, from just this side of McDermott to Franklin, generally between Ustick and Cherry. That results in a very large number of dwelling units that can be served by that, and so results in a very small number for their reimbursement fee, in this case about $37. So the applicant went through and did a study, market analysis to determine how many homes are anticipated to be built in that area within the reimbursement period, in this case 20 years. And so using that methodology, the developer has a higher likelihood of receiving full reimbursement. And so staff has reviewed this proposal, gone over with our development community, and they, on one side, when they are installing the infrastructure, they like it. When they're paying the fee, they like it less, and in general are neutral. And so in our analysis, we would recommend approval of this. We took it to the Board of Appraisers. In this specific instance, it's the difference between a $37 fee per house and around a $200 fee per house. So not a very significant difference in the grand scheme of a home being built. We did look at this and have some standards based on what they look at for how many homes can be assumed within that reimbursement period. We use the Compass model for the transportation model. They have data on anticipated homes over a given period, and so we will use that to check the information that the developers bring forward. And so we've taken it to the Board of Appraisers. They've recommended approval of that, and we would just request that you recommend the resolution to adopt this change to the policy.
Mayor?
Yes.
Daniel, could you first explain to me the numbers between the 37 and the 200 plus? What was that all about again?
So when we calculate the fee that the developer can collect per house, well, that the city collects per house and then returns to the developer, we look at the cost of the improvement they are putting in and the amount of homes that can serve. So in this case, it was around $300,000, $350,000 is the developer's investment. And the number of homes that it could be served is around 8,000 total. Then when we look at how many are anticipated to be built in the next 20 years in that area, obviously 8,000 homes up there is not very realistic. The market analysis that they did looked at there's about probably to be around 1,500 homes within that period. And so the difference in the 37 to the 200 is the use of how many homes we're dividing into that $350,000.
Okay, so I guess in the end, I'm going to sit here and digest this for a moment, but in the end, my concern is, are we protecting ourselves as a city and are we protecting our taxpayers?
So the reimbursement fee is a charge over and above our existing hookup fees. So the amount of the charge does not affect the city revenue. The cap that we've placed on the amount of a reimbursement fee, obviously a developer doesn't want to make it so expensive that people just put off developing until their reimbursement agreement sunsets. And so that's why we wanted to keep that somewhat reasonable, looking at around $1,000 as a maximum fee that could be charged.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Clean, if I could. When I first read this resolution, I didn't know that we were reimbursing developers. And so when we call the city of Nampa and as taxpayers, are reimbursing the developers, right?
No.
No?
Mayor, Councilman
Well,
Robert.
please clarify that then.
The city collects the fee from applicants for building permits,
Mhm.
a fee over and above the existing connection fee, and then we then take that fee, put it in the bank, and every quarter, I believe the agreement is, we then reimburse the developer. So the money is not coming from taxpayer funds, it is from the building permits that we bring in.
Okay, all right, thank you, thank you.
Mayor Kling?
Yeah.
Question. Is this the same reimbursement policy that we went through on Cherry Lane a couple of years ago?
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, yes. it
Okay.
is.
So, and when we were developing that policy, I remember it was a 10-year, not 20. So now it's going to be 20?
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, on the water and for sewer lines smaller than 21 or 24 inches, the reimbursement period is 10 years. For sewer lines larger than 24 inch, it is a 20-year period.
Okay. Are we still talking about a half a mile either side of the line extension as far as the normal geographic area that we're talking about? For the length of the line plus a half mile to the off the end?
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, on the water, that is the way that we look at that, and it's actually a quarter mile either
Quarter
side.
mile, okay.
On the sewer, it's based on what drains into that sewer line.
Okay, the collection area then.
Okay. Legal.
Madam Mayor and Councilman Haverfield, many members of the council currently here and the mayor were not a part of that process where this policy was developed, and I think it might help to back up just a little bit. We talk about reimbursements occurring. What occurred here and what occurs in concept is a developer comes in, proposes a development, is required as part of that development to build a pipe that may be bigger than his development alone would require. That results in an increased cost. This is a mechanism to allow him to recoup that increased cost that is essentially for the benefit of these downstream future developments. In the event of so water is a quarter mile each way because it's a pressurized system and it's impossible to determine exactly who's going to tap in it. With drainage, it's fairly simple. You know, these properties, in this case, these potential 8,000 properties could all drain their sewer through this pipe that was put in. But in reality, it's more likely that 1,500 are going to develop in the next 20 years. This allows that situation to have a more likely possibility of recouping there. And we worked with Mr. Badger in preparing this. There's some great safeguards in place. They can't come in with a bogus estimate that says only 10 houses are going to develop. Compass does an estimate all over the valley of where development's likely to occur. That sets a minimum. So we use their number as a minimum if they're coming down close to that. There's still a maximum fee that any individual, even if reimbursement won't occur, there's a maximum that any new residential or business user would pay under the reimbursement system.
So I have one more question, and it could be in here, but we're talking predominantly residential, but it appears that part of that is are we reaching into our industrial area over there to the far left?
Mayor, not in this area. The industrial area on the comprehensive plan, that's bounding at north side as you get, or at Madison, sorry, not north side.
Madison, right.
The industrial area is to the west of north side. The reimbursement fees, though, could be used within an industrial area. The way we assess a residential versus a industrial is based on their equivalent dwelling units. One of the things coming later will be to readopt our equivalent dwelling unit chart that basically shows what each individual use is and how that relates to a single family use. So that's the equivalent dwelling unit, or EDU, is what we use as our base fee number, but we can assess that back to industrial properties or commercial using that.
If needed.
Yep.
Perfect, thank you. Are there any further questions? Okay, so this is an action item, so I would look for a motion to adopt the resolution as proposed.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Brunner,
Yes.
Hoagland,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
And Skog.
Yes.
Daniel, thank you very much. Good job. Appreciate it. Okay, item number 6.3 is an action item, and this is to authorize the city engineer to change the speed limit on South Side from Locust Lane to the south city limits from 50 miles per hour to 35.
I'll make a motion that we accept that
Second.
change.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Say opposed? Thank you. That motion passes. Item 6.4 is an action item to authorize the mayor to sign an agreement for professional services with TO Engineers for the Airport Improvement Plan, and this is for the Airport Master Plan.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
I will say that FAA match on that is significant, percentage of the total cost, so FAA is paying for most of this master plan.
Yes. Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Hogaboom.
Yes.
Levi.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Skog.
Yes.
Okay, item 6.5 is an action item, and this is to authorize the mayor to sign the Nampa Municipal Airport Taxi Lane Pavement Construction Agreement with Phoenix Aviation LLC for the extension of Taxi Lane C5.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
Mayor, I have a question, and I'm not sure exactly if it's under 6.5 or 6.6, but there has been an ongoing conversation over the past year regarding the applicant, or Phoenix Aviation. And I was just wondering, one of the questions that came up about the taxiways, if they understood specifically what needed to be done as far as the specifics of building the taxiway and the ramifications of them not being built correctly, losing FAA funding. And so I don't know if perhaps maybe our Michael or our director could speak to that.
Certainly, and Monty can probably get here as well. Fortunately, they're here. So that's why we have the agreement, right? There's been a lot of discussion on what do we build and what don't we build. It's typically, just for the council's information, often we get a lot of FAA dollars that can extend taxiways, and then it's taxiways to vacant ground and people can construct. Right now, the market at the airport is people are ready to construct now. FAA dollars will come in the future. So if they want to move forward today, they have to build the taxiway. The taxiway, we looked at some to say, would they like them public or private? If they'd like them private, then they get to maintain them. If they need to be public, they have to meet all FAA standards. That's what this agreement is if it's constructed and they expect the city to take over maintenance for the long-term responsibility, it has to be built to FAA standards, has to follow an inspection, and it has to be a final report by the engineer, and that's all spelled out in this agreement. And that's a condition of actually the next item. You wouldn't get a new land lease to a hangar that doesn't have a taxiway until you build a taxiway. So that's why the order is this way too. This is the taxiway. And City Attorney Aaron's been instrumental in going through the difficult time of creating this agreement. It was no small task, so correct to be aware of that circumstance.
I think it's very wise that you proceeded the way you have, which is that the taxiway is built to FAA standards so that the airport actually maintains that taxiway. And sometimes I mess up on lane versus way, but the taxi, well, this is actually a taxi lane, correct? That way we have consistent customer service at the airport. It can become very confusing if we don't maintain certain pieces, and why aren't we doing that? It's a greater cost to the people that are building these, good grief, what do we call it? Hangar, thank you. It's like whatever it is, but I think it's a wise decision. Yes.
Follow up, please. So, Michael, who is it then that makes sure that they're conforming to all FAA standards, so there's no question?
There is a section.
That guy right there.
He's right behind you.
He's
Right,
coming
he's
up.
coming.
All right, Monty.
Council.
Bail me out.
Yes, you do have the agreement. It's in the agreement that our engineers will sign off on any design. It's all down. It's even down to the saw cuts on if it's concrete, what the saw cut design will be. So I think it's very specific. Yeah, there's definitely safeguards to make sure it's FAA maintenance eligible.
So just to double check, you're feeling confident with that agreement?
I feel confident, yes. I worked closely with the city attorney.
Okay, thank you.
Confident, yes.
Call for the vote.
Thank you, Monty. Okay, I'm sorry, I
We had a
could
first
tell,
and a second.
thank you. Okay, so roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Boom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
And Scott?
Yes.
Okay, and then item 6.6 is the other action item, as was just mentioned, which is authorizing the mayor to sign the Nampa Municipal Airport land lease agreements and the memorandum of lease for recordings with Phoenix Aviation for lots 2026, 2028, 2030, 2034, and 2036.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
And our 6.7 action item is authorizing the mayor to sign the First Amendment to Nampa Municipal Airport Land Lease Agreement and Memorandum of Amendment for recording with Blue Max Aviation Service for Lot 2420.
So moved.
Second.
Further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
And Scott?
Yes.
Okay, now we're moving into our action items related to our rate increases. And these are action items 6, 8 through, I believe, 6, actually 12, and then we'll get into 13 and 14.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
some of us have stood up and taken a break. It's been 3 hours and 10 minutes for these poor folks that I sit with.
Should we
so
take a break?
Yeah.
I would
I'm a
someone,
poor folk too.
Yeah.
thank you, I'm just pressing through,
I
so.
appreciate that.
You should have said that 10 minutes ago. I already went.
So for those of you sitting there, how about if we take a 5-minute break and we will resume? So thank you.
Good idea.
Okay, so we're ready to resume. Thank you all for your patience. I know a number of you are waiting a long time tonight to get to this point, so thank you. We are on 6.8, and this is an action item, and this is a resolution for increase in wastewater rates and fees for utility services. And Michael, I assume you're the one that's going to guide us through each one of these items? Is that correct? Okay. You have a system?
Yeah, I have assistants.
Oh, assistance. I figured you have a system, and then you have assistants to help you with your system.
Yeah, there's questions, we got all the folks here.
Okay.
So is that start?
Yes, we are ready to go.
So we are on 6.8.
Yes.
So what you have, Mayor, what you have before you, rates are adopted, Mayor and Council, rates are adopted by resolution of the City Council. So what we've prepared is the resolution for the various rates and charges. I think this has been a pretty substantial task to try to get all of this into a point where it can be used in the future for people to be able to see on how their sewer bill or water bill is calculated. And we try to take a lot of this into consideration. All of the references, so particularly the first one, 6.8, is the wastewater rates and user fees. The confusing part is, so here's our, here's the rate sheet that's reflected. The resolution we could read through, well, she will read through all that one, a resolution, I think, right? Did we read through resolutions? I think. So wastewater rates and strength, these follow the 16 3/4% as the Board of Appraisers recommended, so that's kind of what it is. And you can easily see that in the sewer-only bi-monthly sewer rate. Then, as you see, the SE1, SE2, SE1 SE2 is residential, SE1 is like laundries and car washes and stuff like that there, and then through the various waste strengths. But what you can see on the change is how the impacts of the various parts and pieces of the cost of service have impacted the rates. And this reflects a 20% change, a 20% move towards cost of service. It's not a full move. And that's what is presented. And certainly Chris can help us describe if there's anything in here that, we have the full model here if you want to see all the bleary-eyed details. But this reflects that answer. The only thing that doesn't have an increase is the septic hauler stuff down at the bottom. And right now, no one comes here because we're already hiring everybody.
So is that a question to the council if they need to see the blurry details?
That's, well, and this is
Or-
it's a resolution. If you need more information, we're here to answer. If you are comfortable, 16 3/4% and 20% move to cost of service, this is what the rates are.
So are there any questions from council?
Are we ready for an action on this? Is that what we're
This
doing?
is an action item, and
Okay,
so,
well, I may not get that, you all may not agree with me, but I'm in favor of the 15.5, so I'm making a motion that we accept the 15.5.
I'll second the motion. Get the conversation going.
okay, so discussion. Aaron?
Madam Mayor and Councilman Brunner, the motion you made said you were in favor of the 15.5. The resolution before you doesn't quite line up with that.
I would need to make a motion to deny the resolution, or?
Or simply, perhaps just amend your motion to clarify what would change. I believe, and Michael can speak to this, that this represents a 16.75 increase for, go ahead.
Right, so yeah, Aaron, thanks for, so in order to, so what we've presented and what we have prepared in a resolution is the recommendation from the Board of Appraisers. If council certainly has the prerogative to change this to whatever direction. What the direction that we would need is either A, come back next time with a different resolution that reflects that answer, or I believe, and this is where Aaron's gonna have to help me out, you could authorize staff to say, we'd like to see 15%, because in order to determine the rates, we both need to know the rate percent increase and the effect of cost of service. So we need both of those. So if we go to 15%, does that also mean a 20% move to cost of service? In which case, then we could create those rates, but I don't have them today.
So it was 15, I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you. Is it 15 rather than 15.5?
No, it was 15.5, and we can bring those back up.
Okay. You were saying 15, so I thought maybe I had the wrong percentage.
No, so there was scenario A.
Right. No, I know what the scenario.
15.5 or 16 and 16.7.
And Madam Mayor, I'm just making that, I'm just because of the reduced interest rate, I feel like for the citizens of Nampa that we should not, we don't need that cushion, in my opinion. So that's why I'm suggesting that we do not follow this resolution for 16.75.
Mayor Kling, I'm going to withdraw my second now.
Okay.
Okay, so what's the motion? Please clarify.
There's no motion.
Oh, okay.
There actually, without a second, there is no motion.
Okay, all right,
Right.
right.
So then, if someone has a motion, this would be the time that they could move that we adopt the resolution as prepared.
So moved.
Second?
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Opportunity for discussion.
Michael? Oh, excuse me, Mayor, sorry. Michael, just clarification once again. So if we approve the rates requested, but if on our ongoing research, we find a way to bring that cost down, can we go back and revisit the rates?
One second.
Okay.
Mayor and Council, so what we have today is just step one of a mini multi-step rate proposal. We're not adopting a resolution to get to the end of 2025. We're adopting a resolution to get to fiscal year 19. So it's just one resolution. So it would raise average residential to 28.54, and then a 20% shift to cost of service, which is less than that, creates slightly more than that. So we'll be back next year to do this again.
Exactly what I needed to know. Thank you.
Mayor, if I could. So Michael, based on the information and the questions that the community has now, in terms of the hearing report, and of course, his fellow constituents who've also helped on that, would it be reasonable to say we have doubt in whether this is the correct procedure to follow, even though we need to move forward, the city needs to move forward and adopt a plan that's going to help us along for this sewer issue?
Mayor and Councilor Rodriguez, as staff, we have confidence in the process. We have confidence that how we got to this point. We have confidence in every number that's been presented. Whether the alternative is adopted, that will be a council decision in the future. This is based on the adopted facility plan and the plan that we have moving forward, and we are confident that we can get to that conclusion.
Based without any further EPA interaction or IDEQ interaction, that we may be able to reduce the amount that we're going to be presented down the road, right?
I'm not sure, Mayor.
Well, what if IDEQ and EPA says that we can adjust and not necessarily go to our plan that we have now because of maybe they might change their mind, I doubt it, but you know, in view of light of what questions have been brought up, maybe their stance will change. So I kind of asked what Councilman Levi did is, can we change this down the road? Should we be in a better position, I guess?
Certainly, Mayor and Councilman Rodriguez, we as stated at the beginning of this, we're committed to finding the right next best decision for Nampa. If there are cost savings alternatives that come up, we'll definitely bring forward. There is no alternative we've explored yet that at least wouldn't require most of these rate increases throughout the process. But what we've created is a path. We'll be back before you on an annual basis in order to get there. Any rate increase over 5% requires a public hearing. everybody in the community can come and talk about this
I see.
every single year. So
Okay, I see.
this
Thank
is just year one.
All right, thank you.
And if I can, if I can speak to the Board of Appraisers, in setting in on that meeting, the reason the Board of Appraisers did adopt this and recommend the 16.75% increase really is a safeguard, because in the event that we do a parallel path, actually there's going to be additional costs incurred in doing so, very likely. And if for some reason we did not achieve the interest rate that we currently have committed because of our processes, I mean, there are risks that we are incurring. And so with this, it's the safest path to getting us to a place that gets us started with the process that we have in front of us.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Fellow council members, I am voting for this with the understanding, and it's a little awkward tonight how to do that, with the understanding we will pursue a parallel path of investigation of the Harriman report. So I see a lot of nodding heads that we will pursue that. We don't know what it looks like yet, but we are going to pursue that at the same time.
So, Madam Mayor, what I'm hearing is that there is a further cost, which there would be with a parallel report. You're saying that would come out of this assessment as far as this billing?
Well,
I guess I'm wondering where those funds would come. That's my specific question.
Michael?
Certainly, Mayor, Councilman Brunner, all costs thus far, and we anticipate going forward, would come out of the enterprise fund of wastewater, whether it's an investigation or construction or capital, and these are the rates that pay for those improvements.
Okay.
I mean, what I don't know which of these increases, we're authorized, the city of Nampa is authorized for $37 million loan that we will be filling out an application for next council meeting, or requesting authorization to apply for. Once we start that path, rates need to go up to pay whatever that is to come back.
So, Madam Mayor, I will, I know my motion's not in effect anyway, but I'll make a new motion then, because I'm very, very in favor of this.
We've already got a
We already
motion.
have a,
Oh, a pair, I thought, you already
have
did?
a motion, yeah.
And a second?
Motion is second, and
All right.
so discussion.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Nope, that's okay. I think we're all right there. I could have been me.
But you were going to share some thoughts?
Well, no, I'm very much in favor of the parallel path, and if, as far as there's some costs entailed, hopefully we'll keep those down as much as possible, but just I want to make sure that we're able to do that, so. That's just reiterating what Councilman Scott pretty much said.
One more point, if I could. Is there a time limit to this parallel path that we're going to be able to see some results?
Mayor, Councilman Rodriguez, given direction this evening, we'll start this evening. The first, step one, I think is starting to solicit additional legal regulatory advice from folks that have been through this before. That's a direction that Mark and I have talked, and I'm sure Aaron can take back, to have Mark get started on getting that legal contract going. It doesn't require council action beyond, tell Mark to go get that going.
Okay, thank you.
And then we'll spin up our team on what it takes to start putting this whole thing together.
And Madam Mayor, if I may, and just to add, this is kind of all through this process with the wastewater, but there again, as stated in the special meeting, I'm totally in favor of, I realize time is of the essence, but as soon as possible, I would just encourage you, Michael, appreciate everything you're doing. This process has been long, and you folks have done a great job, but meet with Mr. Harriman, meet with whoever the director, I believe, is with the Riverside, but have that, I really, just a listening, or just whether anything comes of that, but I just really would encourage you before moving ahead to kind of hopefully have a unified body on this, and whether that happens or not, but at least you're attempting to do that. So I'm just encouraging that to happen. That's your decision and the mayor's decision, but I'm just voicing my opinion.
Mayor, fellow council members, I will support the motion with the understanding that each year we'll have to look at the rates again. I would be in favor next year, and if we secure the funding, to lower the rates. Because in the proposal that we're going to pass, the savings are only realized in 2025 as far as the reduction. The dollar will be worth less in 7 years, sadly, than it is over the next 7 years. So I would have seconded Darrell's motion to have the lower rates for our citizens next year, but I think the wisest course of action is to support scenario B and then re-examine next year, and we can lower the rates if need be and have that philosophical conversation at that time.
That said, I do want to comment that when we're looking at securing the 1.68% loan, we understand that next year we won't know if we've secured the next round of funding.
Right.
It'll be down the road a little bit before we know if we've secured it. So by next year, we won't have those answers. And even a year from now, we may not fully have the answers on our design. Would that be accurate, Michael?
Correct, Mayor and Council. We're still verifying numbers depending on what shakes.
Mayor, thank you. And I just wanted to, for the record, say that I am very supportive of us taking a parallel path and investigating. In fact, when I sent out a suggested request that we have a workshop, it would bring those players together and also pursue some other options. And it was not intended to be offensive to any of the work that's already been done, but just to show my support that our community has become involved. Even though we've had the NWAG group, et cetera, but as we go along and there are other options to look into and we feel that they're advisable to do, we should do that.
So as we bring this discussion phase to closure, I think what we have heard, and this is for the sake of those here, that the council has discussed the proposals and the work that's been done. They have agreed that in light of approving the rate increases, it's in keeping with the path that we have already begun, with the understanding that there is a parallel path to be considered and giving consideration to that parallel path. At the same time, understanding that time is of the essence, and we do have schedules and we do have deadlines that we have to meet. And so a tremendous amount of work has gone into where we are today. And I appreciate the work of everyone that they have put forth in coming to these decisions. So that said, I think that's that commitment, as we've all just stated, to the parallel path, yet also to moving forward at the same time. Hopefully I've stated that correctly. And that said, if there's no further discussion, we will stand for a roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Bruner?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Okay, so now we're moving to action item 6.9, and this is the resolution for increase in wastewater hookup fees for utility services. And Michael?
Yes, Mayor and Council, as recommended by the Board of Appraisers, the resolution identifies hookup fees increasing effective, and all of these are effective October 1. I should have said that before, excuse me. The hookup fee is based on the ENR index. The ENR index is a construction cost index that's readily available. It's as opposed to going through the full process of, look at that, imagine. As opposed to going through the entire planning cycle, waiting for stuff to be completed. It's a way to continue to move forward on an interim basis so that hookup fees don't get behind. But as new equipment and projects come online, then we would do the full calculation of the hookup fee, which is based on the Supreme Court decision before. One thing that you should note, the new Tyler software is something that we are extremely excited about, as we have the ability to actually perform this calculation through part of the asset management. It's going to take the next round of Tyler upgrades, but what we anticipate is to be able to insert our assets, put in a new replacement value, and then be able to do a separate complete calculation on this, because we know the existing system capacity. The difficult part is the system replacement value. Because our assets are in it's difficult to keep track of where they're all at. The new software should allow us to do that. And we should be able to come by on an annual basis to update this, because we have to do the GASB reports anyway that identifies how much assets the city receives. but it's in lots of different parts and pieces. We think this gives us an opportunity going forward. With that, ENR index indicated a 6% increase between November of 16, which was the last increase in hookup fees, and June of 18.
Are there any questions? So the action item would be to either, right, the resolution, but to either approve or disapprove the resolution, which is, in the resolution, I was just looking, I'm not seeing, is it stated in here, the 6% increase? This is strictly the resolution for adopting the annual side, but I wasn't seeing the 6% in the resolution.
Excuse me,
In the
Mayor.
exhibit.
Am I missing something?
It's on the, it's in the footnotes. It's also in the percent change on the attached Exhibit A. It's part of the, because if we're moving to an ENR index, that's going to change on annual. I mean, any month you put in, it's going to give you a different number. This is the best that we could calculate to get to where we are today.
So, Madam Mayor, Michael, this resolution also includes that we are analyzing this on an annual basis,
Correct.
revisiting just because it's over the 5%, right?
Right.
Okay, I will move that we pass the resolution as stated.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Okay, action 610 is an action item for the resolution for increase in water rates and fees for utility services.
Mayor and Council, as recommended, the resolution before you has a 9% change in water rates. If you recall, we had a recommendation in 2015 for 3 18%. Council adopted 1 18%, 2 9%. This is the Board of Appraisers' recommendation is an additional 9%. The alternative was to get on the previous path, I believe was 23%.
Yes.
So, and it could be any other number. It's just gonna, how long does it take to catch up to where we should be on our rates?
Questions?
Mayor Kling, so Michael, is this the third year? We had 18, 9, and 9? Is this the third, or the second 9? Or the first?
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, we had initially 18, and then we had 9 and 17, and 9, January 1, 18.
So this is an
So
additional.
this is another increase to be effective October 1, 18. Some of the some of the question you might have is why are we here today at this point in time and not in January? We thought by the time we get the public education, it would be disingenuous if we're changing rates every other month of something else.
But this takes effect when?
October 1, 18. It would be the second increase in the calendar year. First increase in fiscal year 19.
And is the
First of all.
construction industry aware of this, or is this new to them? Have they been brought up to speed?
This is the services, this is the monthly water bill.
Oh,
The previous 6% was the hookup fees, and so the reason that why are we here today at this time? We've heard many times about rate increases and how do we communicate to our community. The council has directed us, seems almost every time, to use the water bills as a method of communication. In order to meet the communication by October 1, we have to start now, because it takes 2 months to get to everybody. So that's why we're here today. The intention is pass these fees, put the public communication through the water bills for all the increases effective October 1. Does that make sense?
Sandy, Mayor, excuse me, Michael. So the increase that we passed at the beginning of the year for 2018,
Right.
what was the term of the year?
The rate increase was effective January 1, 2018.
Until December of the end of the year or January of 2019? So are we are not doing what the resolution said that we passed in January, if we're adding on to them in starting October, correct?
that was my concern.
Excuse me? Okay, so in January 1, we passed an increase of 9%, right?
Which started,
January 1.
mhm,
And that 9% is still in effect.
mhm,
In October 1, if this resolution is passed, another 9% will increase.
on top of the 9% that was supposed to go through the end of this year.
Well, Mayor, Councilman Levi, the percentage increase is in effect forever until it changes. So it could be, there's no ending time. There's a beginning time on the rate, but there was no sunset clause in the 9% increase.
But, okay, let me rephrase that. So we took 9% for the year of 2018 when we passed it in January, correct? For the entire year of 2018.
Well, Mayor, Councilman Levi, every month it's 9% more. So every rate went up 9%. So a customer that uses water on December, the amount of water was 9% less than the charge in January 1. And that's still into effect. So on October 1, this would say whatever your bill is on September 30, it will be 9% more for every gallon you use October 1.
I think what I'm hearing is that there is concern from the council that in good faith, that you were committing to an increase that was somewhat for the year of 2018. And the concern is that it's coming in 3 months earlier than the 1 year that you said. Is that what I'm understanding?
Correct. So that's like all of a sudden the 18% increase starting in October, and that's not what we voted for in January.
Yeah. Was that vote in January? Remind me. It would have been, it took effect in January. It would have been back in
September.
probably September or October. Yeah.
Well, if it takes
So
2
Mayor-
months, it'll be November, December.
So Mayor Kling, so is it compounding in October to be 18% this October? Right now, we've authorized 9% as of last January. That's 9% all the way through the year. Is it compounding to 18% by virtue of this vote in October for the remaining months of 2018?
Mayor, Council, that, you could look at it that way.
That's,
If
I think that was her
relative to
question.
December of 17, October of 18 would be, the rates would be 18% more.
Actually, 9% on top of another 9% would actually,
Be slightly more than
it'd be slightly more than 18, just for the record.
Yeah, correct.
Sorry, I just said it.
Compounded.
Yeah.
So there's nothing stopping us from not doing it in October, but just having it in January like we did last time? What effect does that have on your computations here, or your proposal?
Mayor, Council, the effective date is the communication date. So that's the purpose. Why did we move to October? So that we could communicate both increases at the same time to the same mailing. If you want a same communication with a different beginning date, it'll be a different beginning date. We'll collect slower, but, I mean, it's 3 months.
Okay.
October, November, yeah. If you wish a different effective date, say a different effective date.
Further discussion?
Is this because I wasn't on the council last year when the decisions were made, so I'm just trying to understand the history a little bit. So what was proposed for the previous 3 years was, are you saying 18% increases each year? Or was it?
18, 9, and 9.
Yeah,
It was 18, and then the council chose to take 9 instead of 18 in year 2 when reevaluating. What would be helpful is just what were the projections? Did that decrease in the rate reflect a reduction in cost, or was that more a philosophical decision to make that up in the future? Which is why we're discussing this now, because the money has to come from somewhere.
Mayor, let me start from the beginning. We did a master plan on the water system and the irrigation system. Following the master plan that identified the need for improvements for the community, right? Here's the amount of things that should be fixed and repaired and replaced and all those things it takes to run the system. FCS Group did a cost of service study for us in 2015, I believe, is that right? Yes, in 2015. Full cost service, just like you see in the example today. At that point in time, they recommended, in order to achieve full cost of service, 18% in 16, 18% in 17, and 18% in 18. Had those rates been increased, we would be, and the cost of service, the master plan has not changed, so the projects are still identified. We had them review what is the impacts of not taking the two 9% increases. In order to still achieve the master plan as identified, it now takes either a single 23% increase, and then the projection was 4.5% increases going forward, more like inflationary. Since the 9% were taken, and these are always council decisions, your choice, pick a number. And now you could choose to go October 1, our recommendation October 1, January 1, 23% increase in water rates, and then we'll be back at 4.5% or something the following year. Or what the Board of Appraisers recommended was continuing on the 9% path, but it will take a number of years to get to 9% because once you don't collect it, that also compounds. Like your 18%, not taking it also compounds, though the project list continues to move forward. And you will see in our budget presentation later this week that budgets are increased, rates are increased, and budgets are increased because the intent is not to generate revenue, rather make improvements on the system. And that's what the utilities attempting to do. So before you today is a water rate increase. It can be 23%, 9%, 1%. That's why we tried, some of the difficulty, we can't generate we can't generate a resolution for all the infinite options there are. Certainly a council decision what it is, we've presented a resolution at 9% based on the Board of Appraisers' recommendation.
Gotcha. So just to be clear, the master plan has remained the same. That was essentially, there wasn't a reduction in the master plan that was the cause for the reduction in the rates for the last 2 years, even though the recommendation was 18%. So
Correct.
to be clear, if that plan remains the same moving forward, we don't take the recommendations tonight, we're probably going to be asking for more money next year and more money the following year, and the costs aren't going to,
Yeah, Mayor, Council Hogan, that's correct. So from a staff perspective, we manage accordingly.
Yeah.
Right? So we have significant fund balance in water. We are burning that fund balance, and that's just what it's for, right? How do we continue to balance? And that's what we're trying to figure out how to get to. In order to continue on with the master plan, our recommendation is a 9% increase.
Okay, thank you.
Michael, I have a question for you. If, based on our council members that were here when this was voted on before, and any concerns over approving an increase in October, but considering if you were to implement this increase January 1, as it was last year, would you have to adjust the budget as you have currently projected it? I know that's a big question, or could...
Mayor, Councilor, we would have our revenue projections as presented in 2 days would be slightly less. So what would happen is if the projects are approved, we would take more from fund balance, slightly more.
Okay.
3 months at 9% times, I don't know. Can't do the math that quick.
I know. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, fellow council members, by way of history, at that time, at the rate increase of 18%, we had community members come in and testify and were crying about the increase, actually crying. And so that's the part of the reason the council went with the split of 9%. So that's a little bit of history. I'll make the motion. We approve the resolution as presented at 9%, effective October 1.
Second. And we can discuss.
Okay, and discussion.
My preference would be that it would implement in January and not October. But we're just talking 3 months difference, but I'd rather keep that glide path that we were on.
Well, I think that will get us there. I'll withdraw my motion if you'll make that.
As would I.
Okay.
I'll make the motion to approve the 9% increase effective January 2019.
Second.
Further discussion?
Just discussion, so I realize it's up to council, but Michael, then we will be reevaluating this maybe a little later, but every year then, and thinking council at this point in time, a January 1st start date for future years is what I'm hearing, at least from this council.
Is that a question?
Yes,
It would just be for 1 year.
I understand, but is that what our...
We're not obligating
For
future
lack of better
council.
terminology, our rhythm of where we want to do it, this, so we be talking about this maybe not before every budget year? Is that our plan, or what?
That's what's,
It's a very good question. And the reason it's a good question is because the other increases are effective October 1.
Right.
And Darrell, thank
So
you.
this
It's a
is-
very good question. Which would put us on a trajectory of every year, we would have 2 different dates for implementation. One would be October 1, one would be January 1, unless we so choose this year to say, yeah, because at some point, we'll have to either
I guess
correct
what I'm
it or...
saying, I'm looking for, I think from a citizen standpoint, I think they would like consistency too, so when they can expect. I realize January 1st is kind of a good rhythm, but I feel like everything needs to be either October 1 or fiscal year or a calendar year.
part of this because of the construct contract.
I have to say, January 1 is not a good date to get an increase, right after the holidays. That's a tough time to get an increase in your bill right after the holiday season. You'd be better off getting it. Gentlemen, go ahead and share your discussion publicly. Since we're at a public meeting, we shouldn't have a sidebar. So I'll let you share publicly your question. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Madam Mayor.
It's
Bless them.
late.
I was speaking to Mr. Skog, and thank you. My only comment was that the documents that were presented last year, having been at some of those hearings at least, were always referenced FY17, FY18, which is October 1st to October 1st. I don't believe a false impression was ever given that we would be on the calendar year. While there may not be many downsides to starting in January 1st, there are certainly accounting upsides to keeping it with the fiscal year. That was my only comment. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I appreciate all of us getting to hear that, so that's good. Thank you.
Mayor, council, I'd be willing to withdraw my second if it was agreeable perhaps to approve an 8% increase instead of a 9% increase effective October 1st, which would cover the gap for the quarter. If that's going to mess up your budget presentation, you're trying to maintain consistency. I know that's not what was presented, was a 9% increase is recommended. I would support an 8% effective October 1st, or retain the second for a 9% increase effective January 1st. But I understand fund balance will cover the projects. It's subsidizing some of the projects right now, so there's an inevitable need to recover that capital via rates at some point. So we can't kick the can consistently, or you're going to have someone crying because they're going to have a 35% increase in 3 years, which I don't want to happen.
Councilman Hoagland, are you withdrawing your second?
I'm willing to if that would be agreeable. So we're still open to discussion because there's only a second on the floor.
Well, you all can talk about it all day long. I'm going to oppose it either way. We have already asking enough of these community members of ours for the increases left and right. No, I can't do it. Especially those who don't have the money to pay it. We need to do something else, and I don't know what that is.
So Mayor, one thing, we are trying to figure out our rhythm, right? What, do we do it October 1? Do we do it January 1? Do we come every other month for something? We do February. We have to do February for irrigation. It's a statutory thing. It's been different. You've seen the pain it takes when it's
Madam
not
Mayor, if I may approach our finance director. Do you have an opinion on this?
I do not have an opinion.
No opinion, okay. We don't need to approach the finance director.
Call for the vote.
Okay, so it has been moved and seconded to do the 9% increase effective January 1, is that correct? Okay. And at that, roll call.
Rodriguez,
No.
Brunner,
No.
Hogaboom,
Yes.
Levi,
Yeah, no.
Haverfield,
Yes.
and Skog.
Yes.
So where did we land?
That means the
3-3.
mayor makes a decision.
Mayor takes decisions.
Thank you. Yes. With that, yes, I have to say, I don't like to see the increase. However, without the increase, we do have to deal with the cost of repairs. So, and that's the responsibility to deliver clean water to our citizens and make sure that we have the capability to do so. Okay, so 611, action item. This is a resolution for increase in water hookup fees for utility services.
Mayor and council, this was, again, the recommendation of the Board of Appraisers to put this forward on an annual basis. With the recommendation, since we haven't went through the entire process of determining the amount of, following the equation that's identified in the Supreme Court case, this would also be to increase it based on the ENR index. For this particular increase is scheduled to be effective October 1, 2018, and according to this resolution. It is from January 17 to June 18. So that would be the duration that the ENR index was reviewed. That identifies roughly 5%. A 5% increase, rounded to the whole dollar, makes it slightly different.
Madam Mayor, I'll make the motion, we accept the resolution as stated.
Second?
Discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Brunner,
Yes.
Hogaboom,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Skog.
Yes.
So 612, action item, this is a resolution implementing changes in service rates and fees in the equivalent dwelling unit and strength class guide used to determine user classification for wastewater and water utility services.
Mayor and council, this is a bit of a tricky one. We tried to take everything to the Board of Appraisers. Unfortunately, this was information that was not. This information was not presented to the Board of Appraisers, was coming forward, still getting developed at the time that we had the Board of Appraisers meeting. This does not affect rates. Board of Appraisers is a recommending body to this council. It would be the next quarter before this change could happen. So we thought it important to bring this forward as a point of resolution, and this is stated in the resolution. The reason that this is brought forward is the EDU guide does not affect, it does affect the number of hookup fees and number of hookups, but doesn't directly affect the rate thereof. So this is not a rate increase. It doesn't require the public hearing notice. It is an EDU guide. And why are we changing this? We changed these in 2000, the last major rate increase in wastewater. And so with that, we've been working with customers back and forth to identify how close are these EDU guides from actual water meters. We built a place where we can reimburse if we've overcharged and their water meter says they're a lesser user. So 2 of them have been identified. There's really 2 changes. What we have found out that our previous user guide on this had more use per customer on a bar with dining. We've reduced that down to 50 gallons per minute. They actually use less than what we had anticipated before. So their charge essentially would be the less. And then beauty salons use 65 gallons, and that's less than their previous number. So this is a tool. It's used both for water and sewer connection fees and hookup fees.
Michael, will we see some increases in certain classifications based on this?
No,
No. This is a reduction in
When a
those.
customer comes in, they have to pay a hookup fee based on how many EDUs they provide. And when an EDU is, you can see, it's best to define, there's residential, there's single-family residential here. So, residential is one. One EDU is, where's residential? It's, and so everything is relative to one single-family residential unit. And that's 200 and some gallons per day, I think. And so each of these are relative. So when a restaurant, for this case, if a bar comes in, each 1,000 square feet assumes to use 50 gallons per day. So if a residential is 272, expert in the field. Yay, thanks for that, Jake, solving my problem. 272. And so a single-family residential is 272, so you take 50 gallons per square foot times however many thousands, 50 gallons per 1,000 square foot. So if that bar comes in and it has 10,000 square foot, that's 10 times 50 or 500 divided by 272, so it's a little over almost 2 EDUs. And then that establishes their hookup fee.
Madam Mayor, I make the motion that we accept the resolution as stated.
Second.
Any further discussion?
Madam Mayor.
Mayor?
I'm not going to accept this because, number one, the Board of Appraisers have not looked at this, have not discussed it, and to bring it before here without their ideas where they're going forward, I think that's just out of line.
Mayor, I would like to support and echo Councilman Rodriguez's comment, because as I'm reading the resolution, it says, whereas the updated information was not provided to the Board of Appraisers, and then the next line it says, whereas the Board of Appraisers is a recommending body to the City Council. I have been accused of getting hung up on procedure, but I'm going to get hung up on procedure this time, and I'm going to say we need to go back and revisit and follow procedure.
Okay.
Question, I seconded, just to be clear, does the Board of Appraisers historically is the precedent to make an approval on EDUs?
Mayor, Councilman Hogaboom, Board of Appraisers is for rates and
Yes,
rate impacts.
that's my
and those
understanding.
types of things.
Okay.
So we would
So-
bring that back before them. Some of the reason that staff brought this forward, the existing, thought I had it, so the existing EDU, so some customers could potentially, new customers could potentially be harmed by not making this change. We have a beauty salon is the one that's probably goes the most. Currently, that is assumed 150 gallons per day per chair. So every chair assumes 150 gallons, that's however many EDUs they have to pay. This proposal goes to 65 gallons, or less than half, because of information. So for a quarter, the existing chart will apply.
Okay, thank you.
Assuming the Board of Appraisers would recommend the change.
On the rate, yeah, the change, okay,
Mayor
thank you.
Kling. So Michael, there weren't any increases in any of these line items then, only decreases?
A bar with dining facility was previously 30 gallons per day.
So it did
Per
go
1,000 square feet, and it goes to 50. So swings both ways, but whose ox is gored?
Bars will pay more, beauty salons will pay less.
In the future,
In the
this
future,
is not
yes.
approved.
And restaurants weren't affected?
No,
So Michael, were there only 2 changes?
2 changes.
Those are the only 2 changes that are represented on that document?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's, yeah.
Our Board of Appraiser participants are sitting in the room. Obviously, they have not had the opportunity to see this, and,
That's state statute,
okay?
right?
Well, I feel obligated to ask legal to chime in.
Madam Mayor, Councilman Hogaboom, the internet is not working. I can't look up the city code provision that would speak to that. Michael, do you know that code provision, what the requirements would be with respect to this motion? I'd be happy to look into it, obviously, and bring it back to the council as needed, but.
The Board of Appraisers is a recommending body for the council. So what we have, the way I would see it is we don't have a recommendation for or against from the Board of Appraisers because it never went to the Board of Appraisers.
And I guess my question be, in reliance on what you may or may not know tonight, is there a requirement, is there a legal requirement that the recommendation exists prior to council taking action? Or is it simply a recommending body that formulates better recommendations over time?
Mayor, Mr. Attorney, I certainly can't speak to that, so my recommendation is not to move forward with it. and we'll
Yes, I
see
will
it
withdraw
in
my
order.
second. I'll withdraw my second.
Madam Mayor, I'll withdraw my motion, so.
So I'll make a motion that we table this until the Board of Approval gives us a finding of their facts and report, then bring it back to the council.
Okay, so it's been moved,
I'll second that.
seconded? Any further discussion?
Just, how long should that take? And can that be expedited? I don't know when they meet and when you need to have these numbers put into place.
Mayor, Councilor Hogaboom, the Board of Appraisers meets every quarter. There's no specific date of the, just so that if someone wants, so there is no specific date of the Board of Appraisers. You could have one every day of the week if you'd like.
Okay.
We typically do them every quarter just to avoid getting everybody together all the time.
Do you have a quorum here tonight?
Just about.
You actually, you're close. but-
Probably do.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I just didn't know if you would have to wait months and months before enacting this, when we're just talking about two items being adjusted that essentially offset one another.
They were put in, that's why, in full disclosure, it
Yes.
was on the resolution. That's why we put it there.
Okay, all right.
Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes?
Bruder?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
And Scott?
Yes.
Before we move to the next item, I would like to mention, as it relates to the Board of Appraisers, that I am looking, and Michael and I have discussed this, at realigning the makeup of the Board of Appraisers. Currently, it's predominantly staff with only 2 citizens, and we're going to be changing that to where we have more citizens represented on the Board of Appraisers and less staff. So it may be a pause before the next Board of Appraiser meeting, because I'd like the time to appoint people to the board so that we have the opportunity to change that mix and have better citizen representation. Moving on to item number 613, action item. This is a task order with Brown and Caldwell for the Nampa wastewater program Phase 2 and 3 upgrades preliminary design.
Mayor and Council, you have a written write-up. You have an information in your packet as to the full detailed scope of this. We have folks here from Brown and Caldwell. They could certainly speak to any particular item on here. What I would like to present is this is a preliminary design. It continues on the path to get the project moving forward to meet our deadlines in 2021 and 2026. This actually moves forward to meet the deadlines of 2026 and 2031. So we are here today on a very long lead item that takes a whole lot of time to get done. So one of the things that I think contract before you has outs in the event that one of the actions that we're asking the board, the Brown and Caldwell to help us identify is the method that this project is delivered. Should it be design bid build? Should it be construction manager at risk? Should it be design build or progressive design build, or just a few of the options that will be back before this council on how this project is delivered. How the project delivered affects how the design is completed. None of that affects the preliminary design. And in this contract, there are outs such that if one of those alternatives are picked, this project stops and we bundle stuff up in order to that next delivery package. Why do we do preliminary design and final design? At the wastewater plant, we're looking at $190 million worth of stuff. There is a lot of decisions that have to be made between now and the final design. We want to make sure that we have sufficient time. We structure these contracts so that staff has sufficient time to think about what the parts and pieces are. Our operators are given lots of new equipment. We need to make sure that we take the time and evaluate that we have the right equipment at the time before we get to final design. final design, and we did this process similarly in our phase one improvements. There was a preliminary design where we asked the questions and looked at the different parts and pieces of equipment, and we identified the general layout of where it is. Then what we've done is we packaged the preliminary design into a package, and then we went out and went for our RFP, our request for proposal for final design contractors, in which case, in this case, Brown and Caldwell could not apply if it was design bid build. Now, we haven't made that decision on design build or progressive design build or any of those others, but we would not look to them to do the final design package if it's design bid build package. And what we do with that, then we get a full outside review by a whole nother engineering firm that has those full capabilities. So you get not only two solid engineering firms, you get two reviewing each other's work, and this gives us, I believe, the best overall review of the Nampa facility and make sure that we're only building what we can do to the best of our ability, and we're looking at costs along the way. So this is one way. Another thing to keep in mind, this project is about $5 million, $4,952,171 for this contract. It's about, I believe it's about 18 months. A little over a year to do. At the peak of the effort, there'll be about 20 engineers working on this project. 20 engineers, over $100 an hour, that's one thing. But this project is taking into account the time of making decisions and having that pause ability. The ability to pause and make sure we're making those decisions. Once we go to if we do this like we did the Group A, or the Phase 1, we go to even larger design, or equal size or larger design firms. They're likely going to that'll be about a $20 million contract. So those folks will have about 80 guys working on time. And since that's our RFP, it's a push to completion with a whole lot of folks. So you make a decision to pause one day at 80 people working at well over, say, $150 on average. You're $12,000 for every hour you're waiting to make a decision in a final design contract. That's painful. And that's why we do preliminary design. Get as many of those bugs out of the way so we don't stop those major teams when they're rolling. Because it's expensive to stop design. It's expensive to stop construction. It's just as expensive to stop design. And this is one way to keep our process. If we're concerned that a decision might be made, that a different alternative is explored, much of the technology is still the same. This is a T&M not to exceed contract. We pay as we go. The decisions are made. Regardless of what the outcome of any of this other alternatives, we still need to make a decision on how we deliver this project. We have somewhere between right now the proposal is about $190 million worth of work. We have to figure out how the council wishes it to be delivered. We could go design build, and have a contract with a guaranteed maximum price. I think there's some incentive to do that, so we're not back before ratepayers for different increases. It's always about managing risk. This is one way that we can manage the city's risk in design fees, is take a step in the right direction, have the ability to get out if it's not working, but most importantly, give the staff, the consultants, the time to look at it on a preliminary basis so we don't make final decisions and we really get the team rolling. That's why we're here today. I don't know if anybody's got any comments or if you have any questions, they're here certainly to help answer, and you have all the blurry-eyed details.
Mayor Kling, if I could. I'm kind of at a disadvantage, Michael, because when I see this $4,952,171, I know Brown and Caldwell's put a lot of time and effort into this, but in the fair shape of transparency and accountability, do you get a bill, just one bill, or do you get everything, every penny, everything that anyone does from Brown and Caldwell before you pay that bill?
Well, Mayor, Councilor Rodriguez, we get an itemized bill on a monthly basis.
Oh, okay.
For every employee that has worked on the project by name. We have an agreed upon rate. One of the biggest way that we negotiate contracts in engineering is the rate. So the rate is actually the multiplier, the amount that they multiply their actual employee pay to the final pay of the city. We look at those very closely to make sure that those are well within range. Brown and Caldwell is within the range of others, I think they're in the neighborhood of 3.2 still. 3.2 is still their multiplier, which is pretty consistent with a lot of major consulting firms. And that's, quite honestly, is about the cap. We generally don't pay much less, don't pay much more, but it's about 3.2 times what the individual makes.
I see.
So we're able to see that. We're able to see their hours, any additional expenses. We don't pay for copies. I don't pay for computer charges. We don't pay for travel between here and Boise, those types of things, all that ticky-tacky stuff, we just don't pay for as part of their overhead.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor? Yes. Michael, if I might, for those that were not involved in this project from the beginning, when Brown and Caldwell came in, with all due respect, if I might, there's been some concern, was there an RFQ and an RFP process, and if so, how that all worked out?
Mayor, Councilor Levi, so it depends on which point we start. There was an RFQ process done at the very beginning of this process in about 2008. Quite honestly, a different firm was selected. The firm did not perform, and Brown and Caldwell at that point in time was the second firm. And in my opinion, they've performed every day since. It's been, I think they've done a really good job on helping us make decisions, presenting information, have been able to use. One of the things that I appreciate about them is they're able to reach across the company and bring experts in. We work with other large firms that can work with the expert across the table, and as long as they're in the same office, you get assistance. But what we've seen experience is them working across the company to get the experience that we need without paying for a whole lot of travel and those kind of things. They have a way to do it. They also reach out to outside experts when those are necessary. This is actually a team. It is Brown and Caldwell, CTA Architects, and DC Engineering. So this is a team that will be looking at this, not just Brown and Caldwell solely.
Follow up, please. When they reach out to another expert, are we charged for that, or is that on their dollar?
Mayor, Councilor Levi, we're charged for every hour of every employee and every consultant that we pay. I haven't found any that don't. So, yeah, we're charged for every hour for everybody. Doesn't matter what's Brown and Caldwell or pick your other engineering firm. That's what we're charged for. And that's the way we negotiate our fees, right? We negotiate our fees to pay by hour. We could negotiate lump sum fees, but when I was in the consulting world, the contract that was probably the most client's favor was the T&M not to exceed, because I had an upper limit as a designer, couldn't exceed it, and I only got paid for the hours I used. Often, it's more advantageous to take a lump sum, because if you get it done faster, you get to put all that in your pocket. The other alternative is time and materials forever and ever, in which case then there's no end as long as you have a long enough contract. This gives us essentially, and most, if not all, of our engineering firms and contracts are T&M not to exceed. Unless things change, right? Something changes.
Mayor, fellow council, can you briefly, there's some concern about checks and balances. Can you, you gave a very long report, but can you just very briefly summarize again what you said about the checks and balances, how the multiple phases work, and how one firm isn't able to do the following project, if I understood you correctly?
Yeah, certainly, Mayor. Like in phase one of the projects, we hired Brown and Caldwell to do preliminary design. They were excluded from being able to do the final design.
Is that exclusion because of statutory exclusion, or just the way in which
No,
you've implemented?
Mayor, Councilor, we do a lot of preliminary final and all other stuff, but in the wastewater world, it's been staff's experience that it's better. It gives us an opportunity to have that second check.
Yeah.
It's not just relying on one professional firm. It's the second firm that also has to go back and make sure that this design is checked. And it gives us a whole lot of horsepower to look at. When we're making a $190 million decision, let's not just make it, let's make the right decision.
Gotcha. And that's the pathway moving forward, as you've indicated.
That's our intention.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Are there any further questions? So what's the will of the council?
So, you guys, anything? We're good.
Okay.
Mayor Kling, fellow council members, in our conversations, it's been a trust and verify approach that we've taken. I believe that I trust Michael and his team, and I think moving forward, I think we have the people behind us that are going to help us make the right decisions. The fact that it's a T&M not to exceed is, again, it's the same type of approach that we struggle with as well in the real world, and I believe that that's in our best interest as a city. So I will make the motion to authorize the mayor and public works director to sign this task order as written in our packet.
Second.
Any further discussion?
Madam Mayor, I'll just, I don't like to delay decisions, but I think this parallel path, even though that's a little bit away from this, I would like a little more discussion on that and what's happening. So I will not be voting for this at this point in time, although I will make my decision by August 6th, but that's up to the rest of the council if you want to move as of today.
Any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
No.
Brunner?
No.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
No.
Haverfield?
Yes.
And Skog?
No.
So was that 4?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we will not move forward with the task order at this time.
Mayor Kling, just an inquiry, this, will this come before us August 6th?
I
Because
would
it wasn't
make
part
that
of.
motion that it comes back to us August.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, the thousands of dollars that we're throwing out each day we wait. Okay, so August 6th, does that require a motion?
Well,
Because I was going to make a motion if it needs,
I just made it.
okay,
just
I'll
did?
I'll second that.
Understanding.
okay, and all in favor?
Aye.
So what information are we looking to have provided to us? I think Michael's looking for direction.
Mayor, we are not able to provide any additional information regarding the hearing report between now and August 6th.
I think what I have heard from the council is that they're interested in what transpires between now and August 6th in communication and discussions and then, is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
They're looking for just to move forward as directed, to have some discussions regarding the parallel path and then come back with a report actually on August 6th. Is that
Mayor, this may
correct?
not affect it at all. I just want those discussions. I'm encouraging that, and I'm interested in seeing if these discussions are going to happen, so.
Still not.
Would you like some clarity?
Yeah, would appreciate that. So is it a meeting in the hall that I will have after this meeting, or is it I'm not certain
If I
what
could
you're looking
answer.
for differently.
What I'd like to see, Michael, is this, is you meet with Mr. Harriman. As Councilman Levi asked, to have a group session with those individuals on the part of EPA and IDEQ for a roundabout discussion, and some kind of common sense approach by this group to say what we're going to do and what we should do. Now, the parallel approach could take, I don't know how long, but we got to do it. We're almost obligated to do this for the community. So that's where I'm looking at. Maybe other councilmen have different ideas, but that's where I want to start.
Is there any further direction from the council?
Wow.
Fellow council members, I intend to move forward with this in 2 weeks, or the next session, August 6th. I don't see any problem with the delay that we're asking for. We've got a lot of new information we want to verify. We have some conflicting information, and council members need to be settled on that before they write a check for $5 million.
And Matt, and just Michael, if I may, Mayor, so this, the preliminary design, this is moving ahead with phase 2. That is what I've read all through the packet, right? This is preliminary design for phase 2.
Mayor, Councilor Brunner, that's correct. It's moving forward with
Right.
all the various layouts of what's already in the facility plan.
And I'm just,
Mayor, if I may, to move forward in any other alternative means that we will change the facility plan, which is fine. We just need to know. And what I don't know is at what point or how I communicate any information between now and August 6th, since there's no public meeting between now and August 6th. I don't know how or why, or what Brown and Caldwell or any other if it's a different consulting firm, let me know and we'll go get those proposals. But I have no method of communicating between now and August 6th in a public forum, unless there's a special council meeting scheduled, or we are going to talk about that next. I'm just curious.
Well, let me, I realize we don't have a lot of time, and I don't know what, my understanding from Mr. Hilty earlier, that there would maybe be discussion as far as a parallel path, and there would be contact maybe with lawyers that are familiar with this. I'm interested in that type of information.
That too.
There may not be a chance in the world that anything can come, but I would like at least some information to be put out to that type of body, and for them to at least say, hey, you don't have a chance in da-da-da-da, or you do. And then at least, go ahead.
Madam Mayor and members of the council, I would only add, in those discussions with Mr. Hilty, that recommendation involving a parallel plat, whether it occurred tonight or in 2 weeks, meant proceeding forward on the path that we've envisioned, which would include approving this contract, while simultaneously in parallel formation, looking into this alternative and vetting it out to the extent it merits. The reality is, as Michael is stating, there will be little new information that can be gathered and communicated prior to August 6th. So,
The only other thing that we could do is actually schedule a special council meeting 2 weeks from tonight. And I think we have time to notice that. And at that special council meeting, we could actually fulfill what Sandy's request was to where we have a public open discussion. And then that would be 1 week ahead of our council meeting. Which would mean that council would need to be willing to come to a special council meeting.
Yeah, this is important enough.
I'm just wondering what new information, for the record, I supported proceeding with this course of action, while at the same time I do support pursuing the other track that we've talked about, an alternative track, and I realize that supporting this motion wouldn't preclude the pursuit of that. We'd just be liable for whatever is billed in the meantime, but we'd potentially save money on the back end. So discussion about a special council meeting and what's request, I know we're speaking publicly. I don't think everyone's aware of what Councilwoman Levi perhaps has requested and what would have to be put together within a week or two, what we're being asked to actually deliberate as an action item in a special council meeting.
Madam Mayor, are you finished, Councilman?
Yeah.
Excuse me. Fellow council members, Michael, I'm not looking for a bunch of new information from you. That's just me, but I'm looking for the opportunity to make sure there's a parallel path set. That's all. And I think that's pretty easy to do.
We can put that together.
That's all. That's an email out to everybody. Here's a parallel path we're going to explore, and that works for me.
What we can do is we can outline the process to get to the parallel path, the things that are needed. I mean, we have a straw man of that now. We can flesh that out between now and the 6th.
Right. So that can be very general. Is that satisfactory?
Yeah, and then I will second that, but that, I'm not in a motion, but what I'm saying is that's, so we can take action though on that parallel path also on August 6th, can we not? So we can make this a combined motion that we're doing both. Okay.
Mayor, and if I might say, my concern is not against Brown and Caldwell, anything you've done or anything like that. We are just trying to really do due diligence and let our community know we are listening to you, and we want to ensure that this parallel path is going to be moving ahead. We're not casting doubt on you as a staff either, Michael. We just need to make sure, because in the end, we're the ones who have to answer to the community, and we at least want to say we've tried, we've recognized what you've done.
Thank you, Sandy. And I have to say, I have not had any community members question what we're doing, with the exception of our gentleman here tonight. This is the only few that have come forward to me with any concerns about our process. So I guess I want to make that clear from my standpoint. Maybe you've had some community members outside of our current group, but we've not had concerns. But out of due respect to the process and to ensure that we're moving the right direction. I do understand where Michael's coming from, because from a staff perspective, it's very difficult to figure out how do we can't redo what has been done, and we've got literally 9 years worth of research and work that's been done, but if it needs to be stated more publicly, I think we as a council need to be willing to commit to that, to have that discussion so that we can move on and not get stuck here. So I think what I hear is from council, no special session. Michael, I think I saw a nod from you that you understand what to put together, that you'll have a meeting, you'll talk about a parallel pathway, you'll meet with legal and figure out what that looks like, and you'll come back with something. Is that, have I stated that correctly?
Mayor, what I'm envisioning is that I do not believe I will have an opportunity to meet with any, certainly the legal, city attorney would be the one meeting with the legal folks, whoever they can get with, sometime between now and then. And what I envision to being able to do is putting the plan together on how to create the path. I don't anticipate having step one in the path at all in 3 weeks.
Understood.
Okay.
Okay.
So I think there's clarity that that's not a motion, it's just the clarity of the path as we move forward. So that was action item 613, and then we've got 614, discussion and direction on Idaho Department of Environmental Quality Draft 216 Integrated Report.
You're not going to read all of that to us.
Hey, good evening, Mayor. It's still evening. Been a long night, so I'll make this quick, but it's important and relevant to the last discussion. So Idaho Department of Environmental Quality, every couple years, they have a integrated report. So I'm going to kind of give a quick overview of what the report is, how it's relevant to Nampa, Indian Creek, and then city comments. So they have their new 2016 reports out for comments right now. So I'll give you kind of some history here and why that's relevant. So the integrated report, as you can see, it's a rather large document. So this is for all of Idaho's water bodies, and it speaks to the health and the water quality of the waters in Idaho. So this is the way the state communicates to the public. There's 2 lists that they prepare. One that says, what's the condition of the water? Is it meeting beneficial uses? And then the second is the 303D list, which says the water's impaired and there needs to be action. So that's where one of the places Indian Creek shows up. It also shows up in a couple other locations. So in the 2014 integrated report, Indian Creek was listed with the TMDL for sediment and E. coli. So meaning there's too much E. coli in sediment, so they did a study, said here's where you need to get to. Nampa's doing their part. It's in our permit. We're meeting that. Temperature and cause unknown nutrients suspected. So that's the phosphorus discussion. It was listed under the category of impaired and needs a TMDL. So this is the 2014 report. Now in the 2016 report is what the state is proposing is sediment and E. coli, you still have the TMDL approved. Nutrient suspected, so it's pollution controls being developed. That means the state wants to take the lower Boise River phosphorus TMDL, which studied the tributaries, including Indian Creek, and apply that phosphorus standard to Indian Creek. So add certainty, but is it right for Indian Creek? And then temperature, we all know about temperature. It's listed that it needs a TMDL. So what has the city said in the past 10 years? And it's, as Michael mentioned earlier, it's been a decade. of working and trying to understand what is the right path for Nampa with this wastewater discharge to Indian Creek. Indian Creek could use a lot more attention, both the state may say in its water quality and also in the amount of data. So kind of generalize the comments over the last 10 years. Basically, there's a lack of data supporting where Indian Creek's been listed for both nutrients and temperature. And the city has stated that case in different ways over the last few years. Where has that gotten us? Keeping our concerns in front of the state, we got the SRF funding. Also through phosphorus limits and the stringent limits, we're able to get the compliance period for 10 years. And then through challenging the state on the temperature data, we're able to get 15 years. So that puts you out to the years shown there. So what's the next steps? You know, you can do more science on Indian Creek. You can look at legal opportunities as discussed earlier. But this draft report is what it does is provides an avenue for the city to put questions to DEQ, and they have to respond to us. It also puts the city's position and statements on the record should legal challenges arise or opportunities to discuss come up. So state's accepting comments until August 6th. So tonight we're asking for a special city council meeting to allow for staff to come back, present comments to city council to approve. And also, should council wish, authorize the city attorney to request for additional time, extend that comment period a week or more as we have much to discuss. Thank you. Thanks. Any questions?
Checking calendar.
Oh, okay.
How soon would you want this?
So July 24th at 5:30 is one date.
That's on Tuesday.
Yeah,
That would be,
yeah, Tuesday. I'm good.
It looks good. This would be an official action item, Mayor, legal, to draft this letter
yeah,
together.
Mayor,
Yes.
Councilman Hogeboom. Yes.
And again, just, can you go back a slide real quick, please? Thanks. So it's those two main items that you've identified. Fish viability and pollution loading on the TMDL.
Right, so Mayor, Councilman, so these are two of the possible technical challenges that can be made to the beneficial uses that are applied to Indian Creek. Legal challenges, I'll leave that to the attorneys.
Is recreation considered a beneficial use?
Mayor, yes, it is. So and that's where secondary contact would fall under.
Mhm.
So
So are we able to track comments that come in to Idaho DEQ? I guess what I'm wondering is Caldwell going to be submitting beneficial use as a positive that's important to them? Is there a likelihood of that?
Mayor, let me.
I don't,
Yeah, so Mayor, the beneficial uses currently identified in Indian Creek are, so beneficial uses of Indian Creek are currently secondary contact recreation.
Okay.
Caldwell supports that, from my knowledge. They support that that's at least the minimum use. There is the potential to move to primary contact recreation, and that's through the investigation. If you investigate, once you investigate, you find what you find, right? So when you start challenging beneficial uses, you could find, there's two sides right now in Indian Creek. One is primary and secondary contact recreation. Investigation could lead to primary contact investigation. Primary contact recreation. And then the other one is cold water aquatic life. The higher is salmonid spawning. Currently, it's designated as cold water aquatic life. This is the report where we can ask those questions. We have asked these questions in the last 10 years. It's roughly every 2 years. If we question the status of Indian Creek, this is the report that the city has used for the last 10 years to comment on those beneficial uses. The fact that there's a lack of data for these beneficial uses. The fact that the temperature has been the easiest one because there is no TMDL. The question that we need to know is, how much risk is the city willing to take? And that's what we'll start preparing those comments around. The proposal is a TMDL based on the lower Boise, so it would match exactly those outcomes that we know. The alternative is not connecting to the Boise River, and those alternatives may be more or less. The alternative is a TMDL on Indian Creek itself. Nampa is a much greater contributor to Indian Creek than it is to the Boise River, so the TMDL effects are likely to affect Nampa more than less. So these are important comments. The tricky, why are we here today? The comments are a 30-day comment period and they open July 7th? Someone remember?
We received the notice on just a week ago.
We received the notice of these comments and they're due by August 6th. The next council meeting is the August 6th. So that's why we are here today. We can't put these together. Well, we could. The question is if we support them or not, that's the question. And these are part of the big decisions. Your parallel path decision is right in this alternative, right? And so the tricky part is we're really not going to have a whole lot of information on this.
Madam Mayor, fellow council members, I move that we grant the requests 1 and 2 as presented on the slide from Michael.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Pugaboo?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Okay, so 6:15, action item, this is a decision on if the mayor and council should draft and submit a letter to Idaho DEQ requesting review and correction to the stated TMDLs on both the lower Boise River and Indian Creek because they do not reflect the diversion of the water flow from Indian Creek during the irrigation season and the lack of pollution to the Boise River during that time.
Madam Mayor, fellow council members, this was my request, given new information I've received since and that we are taking a parallel path. I would withdraw this at this time, but still want this as a consideration for our parallel path.
I'm going to take that as a motion.
Yes.
And then we'll have it seconded, and then it'll just be a,
Are you withdrawing this as an action item?
That's my motion.
I guess, no discussion until it's seconded, I guess, right?
is there,
So did you
a
second?
second?
I'll second for the sake of discussion.
Because Bruce actually asked that we put it on, he is withdrawing it based on the discussions that have taken place
What else do we
tonight.
have to take?
It's not necessary.
Is this an item, if it's agreeable to council, to include perhaps in this new special council meeting that we're taking? We're going to be making comments on a couple items. Can we put this on the agenda for that special council meeting? We don't have to act on it if there's no information there, but to at least have it, or is it pretty open-ended, the special council meeting, as far as what needs to be listed as action items?
might recommend that we don't put it on the agenda, but rather listen to the outcome and the recommendations that come forth, and then at that time, we could determine if we need to do something, and we can add it to the agenda the following week, if we needed to.
Okay, I seconded for the sake of discussion, if that's agreeable. Yeah.
Do we have to do a roll call then?
This is just an all in favor. So it's been moved and seconded that we withdraw this from the agenda and we add it at a later time. And if there's no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so let's see where we are. We are at the end of our council meeting. We do have an executive session, and this is, I would entertain a motion to adjourn into executive
moved.
session pursuant to, I have to read the code, I'm
Yes.
sorry. Idaho Code 742061J to consider labor contract matters authorized under section 67234A and 74206A1A and B Idaho Code.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
Perfect.